Hey everybody, welcome back to the next installment of DEFCON Aftermath, a series of videos and challenges whereby myself and four other sick people are trying to figure out which of the classic support archetypes in the City of Heroes over on the Homecoming servers, Defender Controller, who's better? Who is gonna rock your socks off when it comes to protecting your team and helping you cross the finish line safe and secure? In this episode, we're taking a look at Red Riding Hood, my trick arrow, fire defender, reacting to her 801 trials and going through her stats, the analysis of all this crunchy data. And not only that, we got something special. We are going to look at her and all of the other 801 defenders and all of the original DEFCON 5 defenders. So I'm going to show you the composite compiled data of all 10 defenders, nearly 50 missions worth of data. No, I'm not going to go through all 50 missions, but I'm going to give you the composite data of all of these folks to show you what defenders across the board were capable of, and specifically how Red Riding Hood's numbers compare. Because we're setting this up for the grand finale when I take a look at all 10 of the controllers who were the competitors, ending with Project Exeter, my trick arrow controller. And then we're going to sandwich that all together for you in the big old final verdict of who is better, both 801s, DEFCON 5, and the whole mess. We're trying to find some signal in the noise here. Hundreds of hours of videos, millions of lines of code, I suppose, from the stat logs. So there is tons and tons of data that we're going to take a look at. And today, we're going to focus on our good friend, Red Riding Hood. So here is a summary overview of what happened on her trials. Just like the other 801 challenges, we have a team of 5, and we're running AE 801 missions designed by Linea. And these are incarnate level, murder everybody missions. And we try to run upwards of 5 of them. And spoiler, this is the first time, the first character, the first team that actually made it through all 5. Because here's the thing, as you go through the missions, they get harder. We don't see minions anymore. We start to not see lieutenants. We see all elite bosses at some point. There's ambushes. There's massive damage incoming. Controls, debuffs, buffs, you name it. Everything designed to murder you. And this is the first team that made it all the way through to the end, if you will. Although, I will put a second asterisk here. These particular challenges this go around were, I don't want to say the easiest, but they had the lowest setting because we had to set it at a +3 times 8 instead of the normal +4. And that's because those cruel developers of the Homecoming servers decided to kick up the difficulty level to +5. And so that left us with a problem because the missions, if you set them to +4, can also occasionally spawn a +5, as those of you who played the game enough know. You always get that extra oomph mobs out there. And from my own experience, that is probably about half of the map could potentially be that extra +1. And back when it was just level 54, that didn't matter. We could set it to +4 times 8, and we'd have just all 54s. But now that the 55s were in there, it risked us going to +5. Now, I personally was not afraid of a +5 801. However, it would create potential extra lethality. It would create a different scenario. So we opted instead to go with the +3s, which kind of did sort of the same thing, but in the opposite direction, made it a little bit easier. Because let's say half the mobs might be 53s. Whereas the rest were the 54s we were used to running. But that seemed to be the safer option than to just go extra. So that's my double asterisk on this one. And maybe that's why this team got to mission 5 and completed it. We will see, because Project Exeter, the other TA DEFCON, the controller, also did the same thing. And did his team get this far? So we sort of have a little micro experiment here within the grand scheme of things. But I don't necessarily see that as a problem because one of the big philosophies I've been pursuing in this whole set of tests is signal amongst the noise. So, amongst all the variations, all the chaos, all the different teams and power sets and missions and maps and foes and times a day and the alignment of the stars and the moon and everything else, is there some signal in there that says defenders are better, controllers are better? So, we have tons of noise given, but the statistical analyses I'm doing are looking for the message. Is there the alien message? We're here somewhere amongst the background noise. So that is what we're going to take a look at. And we're actually going to start scratching at that a bit today because not only am I going to show you these 5 missions and the stats that go with them, we're also going to dive into something I haven't looked at in a while, and that is the entire broad spectrum. We're going to look at TA, Red Riding Hood's data, in the big picture context against the other 4 801 challengers, the other 4 defenders, as well as the original 5 DEFCON 5 defenders. I'm going to be showing you the composite compiled data of all 10 of the defenders that I have run. Dozens and dozens of missions, hundreds of hours of gaming, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lines of log chat data that have been crunched. And we're going to boil it all down, distill out of it the sweet nectar of truth about these defenders. How did they perform? And once we've established that scenario, that situation, those numbers, we're going to do the same thing when I go through Project Exeter's video and his data so that we have the 2 sets of data compiled, and then we're going to bring it home with a big old grand finale final verdict. Who wins the DEFCON Aftermath challenge as well as the overall DEFCON challenge? Is there a superior archetype for support, controller, defender? Yes, no, or are they equal, or is it situational? That's what we're going to try to figure out today. So we're going to dive into this. I've got 167 minutes worth of video here to get into. Now we're not going to hit every single minute, but we're gonna get deep on some of these missions. We're gonna go through and highlight, illustrate, etc. If you've watched my videos before, you know exactly what it is I'm planning on doing. I'm gonna pull up my little pen tool here. I'm gonna be circling some stuff, gonna be pointing some things out. I'm gonna be writing some information, giving you some highlights, point out some things that happened during these missions here, and see how that correlates to the data that I've collected or as examples of it. And then that'll be sort of our fun time. Then we're going to get into the crunchy numbers. We've got 2.5 hours plus of stuff here to take a look at. So I'm going to focus on the best of the best information. So let's go ahead and get our party started. And what better place to start than who is on the team? We have Red Riding Hood, my defender, of course. Then we've also got, and I did a whole video about Red Riding Hood, her concept, her power sets, her mids build, did a little solo run. So if you haven't seen those videos, go back and check them out on the playlist for DEFCON. I'll see if I put a link in the description of this video as well. But then we have her teammates here. We've got 4 of them to take a look at. We've got our stalker. I think it's our second stalker ever. Delete Boss. I believe that is that Guy's character? I think so. Kilowatts. That's Epic's Scrapper. Vile Maiden. This is Apocalyptical's Blaster. And Amber Madrano. This is Linnea himself, the author of these crazy 801s, without whom this would not have been a real challenge. We would have been doing more just plain old tips and radio style 801s or 54.8 stuff. Wouldn't have been nearly as interesting as what this has turned out to be. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of their powers and such and see if there's anything crazy that we need to worry about. Oops, let's go back. space. All right, you go. All right, so here we go. We've got, let's go ahead and zoom here on his stuff. This is Delete Boss, Street Justice, Energy Aura. He's got the teleportation pool, and I don't see any epic sets or mastery sets, that sort of thing. One thing that a lot of people enjoy using, especially if you got a lot of PBOE, is fold space. But one thing of note here in these 801s is that this is a no-go by the time you get to maybe tier 3, I think for sure, because you're dealing with like +4 bosses at that point, and +4 bosses just don't teleport. They have like some natural teleport resistance or whatever, so it just doesn't work. But we've got Street Justice, which is the first time I've seen anybody with that running these trials. Interesting. We'll see how it works. I've actually wanted to test this set out myself. I have one character, I think, but I've never really gone beyond fiddling with it. So that'll be interesting. Energy Aura seems to be a popular melee set in these 801s. The big reason, from what I can understand here, is that it's one of the only armor sets that has repel resistance. And the reason that's important on the 801s, and I don't think it's critical on the 801s, but at least for melee, it's probably more important, is there are some of the mobs that have force field and have the was it repulsion field or repulsion bubble or whatever it is, and so they can push and repel you. So if you don't have repel protection, even if you're like a tank or brute, whatever, you're going to get shoved. And I've seen it happen. It's happened to me plenty of times. So that's one of the reasons why Energy Aura is a popular set amongst some of the players here. I also want to point it out, and sort of in a critical sense, is that this is an example of learned behavior. And that was something that I pointed out several times in these videos now. And one of my concerns for experimental error is that when you've played these enough, or played with the same people enough, or played with the same characters enough, you start to see learned behaviors emerge that are not true to the test or the data. People start doing things in response to their knowledge that they've learned from running these tests. Therefore, it introduces experimental error because now you're not getting a true sort of raw test. When I make my builds or when I try to play my characters, I try to not specifically design for 801s. Like, oh, I've got to have certain things, tier 4 barrier or whatever, ageless radial for the debuff protection. I don't purposely do that, so I just play with whatever builds I have in my whatever reservoir of characters and go with it. And that's kind of the thing. Most of my characters I've actually shown you all have been things I built way before this DEFCON thing was even an idea. I've only built a handful, not even, maybe 3 guys have actually been designed post 801 stuff. Example, Project Exeter, who comes up, but even then I wasn't specifically tailoring his powers to combat 801. So anyway, just bring that up because I've seen a lot of this power set on our melees, and I think it's because of this, because it counters the 801's repel. So, hey, had they not played an 801 before, you might have somebody rolling in here with Fiery Aura or Regeneration. Sets that those players who've been doing this enough know, oh, they probably get wrecked pretty quick. But isn't that sort of the reality? Isn't that what we're trying to test here? Isn't that what a DEFCON is trying to protect you from? Crazy stuff like that. So anyway, I bring that up because that is a potential issue that arises during these tests. That's the one thing I'll definitely point out as experimental error or issues with the data. All right, let's see who else is on our squad. That is Delete Boss. So Delete Boss is not only playing a stalker who is potentially going to get wrecked because you're in melee. Street Justice, how well is that going to hold up? I know Energy Armor is pretty solid. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles things. Then we got Kilowatts. Epic's character, I think we've seen Kilowatts in a previous DEFCON. My original intention was not to have any repeat characters, but honestly, at this point, 10 deep into this thing, 20 technically, if you roll out, the original set of DEFCON 5s, people are kind of running out of characters that are of a caliber to do these things because you do want level 50s that are IO'd and have incarnates to run these. Otherwise, you're going to get mashed. So I kind of let it slide that some people are double dipping. Plus, sometimes our team just needs a certain uh, archetype or something like that, certain tank or whatever. So it's kind of like, okay, go ahead and bring that guy. So anyway, Kilowatts is in again. Scrapper that can handle himself. Energy melee, right? Hey, check it out again, everybody. Just like I was saying. Let's zoom in on this thing. Here we go. We got Kilowatts. Check out his power sets. Energy Aura again. There's another one. Again, learn behavior, isn't it right? Hey, are we playing Energy Aura because we love Energy Aura? Or are we playing Energy Aura because it helps you against Repel? Energy Melee. So some stunny, punchy stuff. Energy Mastery. So triple E. Now maybe this is a thematic thing, so I don't want to like crap on people and go, hey, your flavor of the month thing here, right? In my hey, triple E, I could see that being a thematic thing for Kilowatts. No big deal. Vet level 81 has probably been in existence for a while. I don't think this was rolled specifically for 801 stuff. But this guy, he should be able to handle himself, given his power sets. All right.
Killa.
What else we got?
Energy, storm, energy.
All right, then we've got our blaster, Vile Maiden. This is Apocalyptical's character again. We've seen Vile Maiden before, in another previous DEFCON, maybe even once or twice before. But blasting storm stuff, some good. I think we saw Vile Maiden teamed up with my defender with Storm summoning. I remember commenting because we had a lot of just knockdown and just control, soft control because of that combination. So she's back for this round here. And energy manipulation, I commented about this in that previous DEF CON challenge, is that a lot of energy manipulation relies upon punchy stuff up close and personal. I haven't seen too many people blapping in this thing. I think, blapper builds with blasters, I think dominators that are built to get into melee, I think that is probably not a good option for these 801s. You just don't have the hit points or the shields and stuff to keep you safe. Now it's certainly a welcome play style, but man, you are putting yourself at such risk getting into melee because there's so much just damage being thrown out by these 801s, and it's concentrated AoE stuff, concentrated on the tank, right? So if you're up close, personal, trying to leverage some of your punches, some of your controls in the case of Dominator, that's very, very risky action. I think for the most part, if you are a squishy, your best position is in the back somewhere, uh, staying out of harm's way. Now, as a defender, I'll mosey back and forth, or same thing with my controllers, because it depends on who I'm trying to protect or defend. So you'll see me kind of float a bit more, but I think that just goes with that archetype better. But there's Vile Maiden, vet level 20. I think he's probably tier 4'd out with his stuff. And then what else we got? Then our last one, this is Linnea's character. And Linnea is playing our tank. And I know this is a tough position for him to be in because, Linnea knows what's going to happen, right? He designed the stuff. And then your tanker's like your lead. So to kind of be true to a test, you don't want the guy who knows all the stuff to be calling the shots and directing traffic. But at this point, we didn't have any other people playing tank. All our other tanker characters have been killed at this point. And the other players are probably getting tired of playing the tank. So Linnea steps in and says, all right, I'll switch. I think he had a Dominator first, something like that. So switches over to a tank. And I believe when he pulls out his tanks, he doesn't pull out his like Uber tanks. So I think Linnea's trying to have an honest, run, trying not to cheat. He's not giving us all the inside info, like, hey, don't go to the left, go to, that sort of thing. He probably knows where the ambushes are, that sort of stuff. So I know it's a tough situation to be in for him. And it is my concern from the tester is experimental error, because now you got somebody who's very familiar with the design of the entire thing. Is that going to skew your data or not? Because hey, this person, I don't want to say is cheating, but it introduces another level of variable that it's hard to control for. But I think as long as the player is on both sides of the coin. So when I run Project Exeter, is Linnea playing again? He does. So that kind of balances it out where, okay, yeah, you're accepting there's some error being introduced by this, but because it's on both sides of the equation, it'll cancel itself out. At least that's the statistical mathematical idea here. And again, it kind of introduces this whole reinforces this whole idea of noise, right? I've got lots of noise, lots of variables, still looking for signal. So, and this kind of mirrors reality too. You're going to be playing with people who know the maps, who know the task force, who've been there, done that, pros. So, is that really any different than what we're seeing here with the person who made the missions? Still, he still can't control what happens, the chaos of the moment. Even if he was screaming, "Don't go here, don't go there," stuff's still gonna like get you. But anyway, Stone Dark. So he's probably combining some good defenses with some to hit debuff to, increase his survivability. Uh, and other than that, I don't see any, major mastery stuff going on here. He's got set bonuses, Vet 33. So pretty much standard character compared to the rest of us. So overall, the team is pretty solid. Nobody's, overpowered or nothing like that. We're all, tier 3, tier 4 unlocked incarnate stuff. All right, let's go ahead and get into some of these missions now. So skip ahead to our first one, and we're going to be running one of the 8010s was the first roll. So when I run these missions, if again you haven't been paying attention, haven't seen what we're doing before, we have 5 tiers of difficulty, one being the easiest, kind of, it's still hard compared to your stuff that's radios and papers, that sort of thing. But it's the easiest of these 801s, and then tier 5s get harder. And so we've run through this progression, one mission of each tier. I do a random die roll, and I have a list of all of his missions. And he actually, Linnea has divided these into tiers, by his enemy groups that he's created. So the enemy groups get harder as you go through the tiers. I mean, relatively speaking, the maps and missions are the same kind of idea, right? There's certain maps, there's certain things that happen, ambushes, patrols, etc. So the thing that makes them harder is the enemy groups, the power sets that they're being chosen. There are, I think, additional ambushes, stuff like that. You start to see more elite bosses, harder, tougher mobs to fight. When I do a die roll, I get a number. I then pick it off the list. So 8010 is one of the easiest ones to run. And that's what you're going to see here in our first mission. So let's go ahead and queue up this first mission. Here we go. And people are getting on the map. And I have just fired a flash arrow as my opening moves. This is what I talked about during my mids, build, and solo stuff. Flash arrow, it has the minus perception. That's going to become important here, right? You've got guys that are right here. I see targeting drone is sitting back here. You can, oh, by the way, I activated a little zoom tool, so I'm able to zoom in on the stuff that's of interest. So you've got, targeting drones that gives them increased perception. I'm trying to counteract that with flash. Plus flash has minus to hit. So I've got the combination of minus perception, minus to hit. And once we start attacking, really the perception doesn't matter anymore, but the minus to hit is certainly something that'll stick to them. So it's going to kind of counteract their strengths. They're right near the door. They've got heightened perception. That's going to give them extra to hit bonuses. So let me counteract that as my teammates are following in behind me, are just logging into this map. All right, so let's see. Get the rest of these guys logging in.
I need to change. Can we go back out real quick?
Yeah.
And then Amber wants to update one of their, I think, interface or something like that. So we pop back out real quick, then come back in and start fresh. So he's swapped one of his incarnate abilities. That's one of the things that, maybe again, you're new, you don't know this stuff, but, you have incarnate powers. You can see mine and my tray up here. And you can go into your powers and change which ones you have. Now, most of my characters, I've only got one set, so I'm not elite player like Linnea is here. Some of these other guys, they got multiple. of their incarnate stuff unlocked, and they can, plug and play depending on the scenario. I'm like, whatever. I just kind of go with my build, what's the concept, what it's supposed to do, and I go with that. Occasionally, I've swapped out because I didn't like the results of my choices. But for the most part, I'm not that hardcore with my builds. I, build stuff that I think is going to work, and then I execute upon that program and see what happens. All right, so that's why we had to reset real quick, and boom, let's pick it up from here. So flashing mobs, boom, our tank TP's in. So we've got, it's one of the event. That's another thing I'm seeing here, and this has really come to light for me in these trials. I don't think it's because these trials per se, but I remember commenting on this a couple characters ago. Tank TP. And I don't play enough tanks to be familiar with this, but when I noticed it back, like I said, a couple characters ago, that I thought, ooh, this was an interesting thing because tanks, I think it was during my empathy testing, tanks were able to kind of like TP in, get aggro, and then TP back out, like let's say go over here, break line of sight kind of thing. I said, oh, that's a pretty interesting way to do it. They kind of fetch aggro and bring it back rather than diving in and everybody's got to follow. It allows them to kind of get much quicker maneuverability around the battlefield. And you can do like macros and stuff, keybinds, whatever, to teleport to, like, he could be targeting me, so he'll target this guy here first, teleport, then click on me in his window, let's say, and then teleport to target, so he'll land right next to me. I've seen people do that. But here's the thing that I think, again, maybe this is learned behavior. I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying linear here, but here's something else I've been seeing is a lot more of this as just a standard maneuverability. Now, I know he is playing stone armor, so, TPing and stone armor, it's like peanut butter and jelly. But I've seen a lot more of our tanks doing this, or a lot more of our other characters doing this, where they're using the teleport pool in order to get out of trouble, because one of the things that these 801s have a lot of are like patch debuffs and such, patch controls. And so you get slowed a lot, as an example. Slows, minus recharge, whatever, minus to hit, minus resistance. So you kind of get into this patch like, oh crap, I don't want to be in this patch. And boom, they'll, Nightcrawler, bamf, out of the way. So I've seen that a whole bunch lately. Again, is this in response to the 801s? I don't know. Is this what normally they do? I don't know. If you're playing a standard radio character, are you going to bother with that sort of maneuver or even picking that up? Right. So that's where you start to ask these questions. Are we responding our builds to the specific challenges? Are we building for a challenge? And that's what I wanted to avoid with these tests. Especially in the first group, I was able to do that pretty well. And the 801s, things are getting more tense, so people are building more to respond to them. All right, let's continue and just see how this first battle goes down. So boom, he's in there. He freaking void nukes. A bunch of guys drop. And here's again where I want to point out something that is another concern of mine, because this first group of foes we're taking on, they're 53s. And so he's popping in here, and in the tier ones, you have minions still. Now the minions disappear eventually as you move up to the tiers. So here we go. We've got Tank dives in there and he unloads his void judgment. And I mean, bodies are dropped. Right? I mean, dudes are just dying already. All the minions are pretty much dead. So I don't think anybody else has done anything at this point. Just your tank has gone in there and nuked this group. Let me double check that. I flash. Okay. Teleport in. Boom. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the only two things. His teleport with his aura was doing some damage. Hot or mud pots, whatever, I think. And then boom, he's doing 400 some damage. And look how many guys just dropped. Like half the mob is gone. This is the problem with fighting the 53s and why I have to put an asterisk next to this mission. 53s are not 54s. I know that sounds stupid, but I can't give you a percent difference between them, but you just saw it. I don't think a tanker judgment nuke would have taken out level 54 minions, but here we go. Level 53 minions, they're done by a tanker diving in there, getting a little mud pot action, and then boom, dead. I mean, mowed down half the group. So this makes these guys kind of a joke compared to the 54s we had been fighting in the previous tests. Now, is that why we get as far as we get in these things? Partially, I would say, yeah, I would. That's probably true. Would it have mattered? Probably not. I think you're going to see this team was pretty strong, and specifically Trick Arrow it does a number. You'll see Red Riding Hood is going to do a number on some fools. But just putting that out there in case someone's like, hey, it's not the same thing. Yeah, it's not. It's a little bit easier. But how many level 53 versus 54 mobs do we end up facing? I don't have a good number for that either to tell you. But it's just something that is possibly an explanation. All right, so now I start putting down the debuff arrows. So I hit with my disruption arrow, and that has that minus, I don't know, 30, 40% minus resistance. So I put down disruption arrow, and then I chase that with rain of fire. Okay, so boom, boom, setting them up for a bunch of damage, and then dropping the rest of the pain. So down you start to see my threes start ticking. And oil slick. Oil slick's now lit on fire. Nines are ticking. Threes are ticking.
Offender build here.
And I am commenting like this. Look, that group is gone already. And I was just saying that this is an offender build. I think I talked about that already in her solo build. So offender. Okay, you're a defender, but you are focused on damage. Okay, damage output, destroying enemies. And it relies upon not your raw damage, because defenders don't have raw damage. Blasters have raw damage, but you can use your debuffs, which are, superior to all in the game, especially like that minus resistance, the minus defense, things like that. And between the two arrows I just hit with, I hit with minus resistance on disruption, and then the oil slick has minus defense. And they're just setting up a bunch of damage from the rain of fire and then the oil slick being lit on fire. Stuff's dying, bodies are dropping. It's over before it even started. And you'll see me doing this the whole game. So again, we got more 53s. Flashing to open. Teleporting tank. Oh, wait. Is that delete boss still? Or delete boss? You crazy dude. How does our tank dove in there? Oh, gosh. That is so silly. All right. This is a funny one. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. So we're back here still scrumming, taking this group out. Check out delete boss is sitting here. All by his lonesome, eyeing up that crew. All right, that's cool. And then we finish clearing this group. Go out. I flash. Now flash is, useful. I think it's what -7.5%, -9% the way I have it slotted for it to hit the buff. And then boom, your stalker goes diving in there. Now I think a couple things help explain this. One is we just ripped through 2-3 groups at this point. We're hitting level 53s, right? So you're hitting 53s. You're seeing no problem, right? Destroyed them. So why not just dive in there as your stalker, right? This is easy. Tank's been doing it. I can do it too. So you see, in goes delete boss. All right, so he's in there. Let's see what happens. All right, he is massive amounts of damage he's taken already. The whole group is just trained on him except for one dude over here. Everybody else is just like turning and shooting him. I've put no other debuff out there at this point. He's just getting roasted. And boom, dead. Done, done. Done and done. Then in is your tank, but at that point it's too late. I mean, Flash Arrow's good. It's not that good, though. Well, there's Gravity over there beating the hell out of him. He's popping all his greens. By this point, in comes Amber to try to save him. Too late. Now, the other thing about this is that these early deaths, they become attritional later. Because you've got limited resources as far as like inspirations, let's say, or you got to click your reses or something like that. They're on timers. So if you start dying early in a mission, early in the trials, it just starts building up like snowballing out of control.
Oh man.
Right now I'm taking fire.
My heal arrow.
Aggro from up top.
And that's the other thing. Like, how did this aggro from up top happen?
Oh no, that's not good.
I may have pressed the wrong buttons.
Sure you did.
Oh no.
Yeah, look, we got aggro up top. So now you're surrounded. So I don't know exactly how that all... I couldn't see behind me what was going on. But it could have just been that the guys above were near the railing and saw us kind of standing down here. So I just go into off fender mode here. It's dropping pain. Again, these guys are mostly 53s, so they're not super dangerous. Dangerous enough. They've got you surrounded. And our team is very
May have pressed
DPS heavy. All right, we don't have much in the way of control at all. Only pretty much what I'm bringing. Vile's got some control, but
You were just pulling.
that's it.
All's well that ends well.
All right, so anyway, that was kind of the first boo-boo I want to talk about. The rest of this map is fairly tame. There are a couple of deaths. I forget exactly when they happen, though.
That's just level 82.
I gotta start playing my.
Here's where I start doing my normal stuff, at least for this build. So you'll see me when we come up. I see a group here, flash them, and then I start playing this game where I've got my corners that I can hide behind. So I've got, this corner here, breaks my line of sight, and I can start doing this, pan your camera, and start dropping things around. Now, Tank and Stalker are both gone in there already. So here comes glue. Here comes dispersion. There's oil slick. And then there is rain of fire. So there's my patch lineup. Only thing that's missing is EMP, which I already used. But right down here, I got my every mob patches. So I can flash first. And then get around a corner, hit 1, 2, 3, 4. So pretty much debuffing movement speed, recharge, debuffing movement. It's got some knockdown. You've got minus defense sitting in here. This is your minus resistance. This is the max endurance debuffing. And then this is then the damage that's going to then ignite your oil slick. Plus it has its own slow. So I've got lots of slows, minus defense, minus resistance. I think I got a minus resistance proc in one or more of these powers. I got the damage procs, impeded swiftness in here. So this is pretty much my lineup. 1, 2, 3, 4 from around a corner. Completely, zero risk, right? As long as I am hiding behind the wall, I'm using the ultimate armor set. Okay, ultimate armor. It's the geometry, right? It's the wall. So they can't shoot through these walls. You can't get better mitigation than that. This is why these patches that you can drop around corners are so powerful. And spoiler, you're going to see it to great effect when I start playing my controller, Project Exeter. But you can see it here with Red Riding Hood. She's not taking damage. She's just dropping pain around the corner. These guys just getting lit up. All those numbers are flying, 2s and 8s and stuff. Right? They're just getting melted. Here comes the judgment nuke. Flash the other group just in case. Now I see this group down here and this guy's hanging, so I
Got some aggro from this side.
flash him to prevent them from seeing us. But this guy, I think he ran over there from the main group. Delete boss is going down there. So Amber's taking a whole bunch of damage. So is delete boss. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened here. Let's go back again. Alright, so the right side is clear, right? Left straight ahead was clear, so all I see is the left side. There's action. The only thing I'm thinking happens here is if just looking at the map, I think I know what happens. Alright, let's pause on this right here. I think I see what happens. So we've got this hallway here. If it's the map, I think the hallway keeps going down and then dead ends. There's a couple of rooms over here on the side, but I think this is the one where there's the side entrance here, and then there's the whole other, room stuff back here. I think maybe what happens is tank, maybe Scrapper goes this way, because there would be guys right around this corner, right here. And meanwhile, I'm looking this way. Stalker's down here. And I think we may have a little mini split here. Not sure if that's exactly what happens or not, but let's see. Definitely looks like that office hallway. Alright, so this guy's down here, the time guy. I flash. Try to get him locked.
We got some aggro from this side.
And the delete boss goes in there. Amber's getting wrecked by something. And then bam, bam. Like, it's over. Like, what the hell happened?
Well then.
I'm not sure where Amber is.
Yeah, we got some aggro from this
Okay,
side.
we got aggro. Delete goes in there. Alright, so Amber's taking a huge bunch of hits. You can see all this stuff is landing on them. Now, the group that we just were fighting is pretty much dead. I think he's the last guy, this guy right here. Delete goes in super deep for some reason. I'm not sure. Hey, positioning. Maybe he's assuming the rest of the team is coming behind him. I don't know. I did flash, but that's not going to keep him safe. He's throwing a big assassin strike on this guy, but that is now breaking his stealth, and these guys start shooting him. Our tank, Amber, is not on the map. Alright, I'm backing up because now shit's hitting the fan. Delete goes down in seconds. He gets, like, disintegrated. Got my pets next to me. Alright, Kilowatts goes in there to slow down the bleeding. I'm like, where's our tank? I'm looking around. I don't see anything. There's some dead bodies over here, but it looks like Vile is facing the way we were fighting. So where is Amber? Now Amber is nowhere to be found. Alright, the only thing I think is Amber is down the hall in that office nook.
Come over.
Yeah, look, now I'm starting to take a peek. There's a bunch of dudes coming.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And boom, disintegrated, dead. So we got, I think, a split team.
Oh, that's not cool.
Delete's getting up.
Not sure what the hell hit me.
I'm getting up. Killa's back in there. There's a whole group down here.
Alright. Enough for this games.
EMP their ass.
Yes. Lock them down. Make them puke.
That hurt. All right, so here's something else I want to show you. These guys down here who just were beating the crap out of us. 54s. Predominantly what we've been fighting to this point has been 53s. I think this is the first time we've seen 54s. And you can see, bam, they took me out, they took Delete Boss out. Amber might be fighting some around the corner, so they just took out 2-3 of us, no problem. I mean, see, that's the difference. I think with 53s, you maybe survive a little bit longer. Well, you would have survived a little bit longer. I'm still trying to figure out where the hell's Amber.
And Vile's playing further back than I am. Ha.
Yeah, I'm just watching our 6.
Dude, Delete Boss is great.
Somebody look at those maps.
All right, so then Lynia's like, hey, here's the problem. Let's look at the map. And bam, sure enough.
What the hell? Why aren't we like following you?
So there you go. That's what happened. Yeah, this is where we started the fight here. And then, like I thought, there looked like there was a curve here. And so Amber goes down here to fight in that office area. That's where they get killed. We go down here to fight these guys at the corner. That's where I and Delete Boss get killed. Now we're starting to head this way. So we got a split team. All right, split teams. That's usually dead on an 801. Typically, if you split your, especially when we got a group of 5, because you know you're down to 2 guys go one way or 1 guy goes one way. You're all by your lonesome. There's just too much firepower to stay on your feet for long. Boom, game over, game over. So bad tactics on us. So really, those 3 deaths. The rest of this mission is again clean. Nothing exciting happens here. But those 3 deaths are just bad decisions from us. Bad tactics. Not paying attention, splitting the team, etc. The rest of this, again, is kind of just going through the motions, finding the rest of the groups and killing them. So there you go. I mean, just got to play smarter. We didn't, and it cost us. So then we go on to our next group. And this is, we jump up to an 801 force. This is a pretty big jump from 801-0 to 801-4. It's a tier 2 and Arachnos map. All right, so let's go ahead and pick up the action with this one. Now, we, again, are going to have a fairly standard run here. I don't think it's too much. Let me just double check here. So, yeah, so mission 2 is about the same length as mission 1. 17 minutes long. So these first 2 missions are fairly quick for what we've been doing. If you're clocking in about 15 minutes on one of these missions, that's pretty solid. So let's see how this one shakes out. And I think we end up with about the same number of defeats as the last one. So I died once. I think Delete Boss died a couple times, and Amber went down once. So, you know, wasn't the greatest start, but I usually see that with the first mission. There's some just bad deaths. People just trying to figure out what their character could do, what the team's going to do, how we're going to handle things. By mission 2, 3, we start to get, well, we get the team moving in the same direction. All right, let's go ahead and
54 is here.
see what's going on. 54 is at the door, flashing them on the way in. Dude, Delete Boss, look at him. I see, this whole time I thought that was Amber going in there, but Delete Boss is going in. He just got caged. Sounds like he got caged or something. Dude, Delete Boss. He thinks he's a boss. He's getting worked. He's playing like a brute. Very aggressive stalker play.
Melton face is.
Now we're back to 53s.
Back up the power sheet.
We got lots of bogeys here. Yeah, look at this. You got definite side aggro. You can see it. over here. There's a group in the back here. So we got stuff all in here, stuff heading back this way. Maybe there's a patrol coming. I just heard Linnea say to back up. You see, that's what Killa does. Killa ducks behind cover. I'm doing the same thing. I'm kind of shifting in this direction, trying to get small, as I would call it. So I'm using geometry again as my shield. I'm cutting down angles of attack, so they're going to need to, if anybody wants to attack me, they're going to have to get over here to do it. Plus, I got to get through my tank who's sitting right here. So the tank's serving as a plug, and I've blocked off half the screen with geometry, so they can't even get an angle on me without going through Amber first. And I can drop pain again, so that's what you see me doing. I'm starting to bring out the debuffs.
Yeah.
Drop that. Drop some patches here. Some damage. Here's an EMP arrow. I was hanging way back, just blasting away.
Yeah, you guys keep leveling. We're going to get through this.
Still see more action to the left. More patches. Scoot back a little bit more. I've got pretty good range with this guy. There goes Oil Slick. I am hemorrhaging blue, though, because I'm just throwing power after power. So I've got hasten on. Not hasten, but super speed, which I don't need.
There we go.
My two groups pretty much melted, but most of those were 53s right there. So of the three groups we've taken on, 154 and two 53s.
Still got dudes up here, by the way.
Delete's killing me with this TPing in there. Because I don't know how good the Stalker Hide is against the amount of perception these guys can put together. Might be better if you waited another couple seconds to make sure your tank gets in there first. Then go in there and go nuts. The other thing I'm not seeing as a good strategy there is, does Delete have some good PBAOE? Like, it's one thing if you dive in there and PBAOE nuke. But if you go in there with just some single targets or cones, it's not worth it. It's the risk. All right, we got 54s filling this room up. Dishing out damage. Delete's getting wrecked. I'm melted. Boom. I was like looking, so he got melted. So I thought, well, maybe there's, maybe there's an ambush or something. But there's just so much fire in here. Back this up a little bit. Okay, so go back to here. What does this room look like? Alright, so the only thing I'm seeing right now is there is... looks just like one group. It looks like it's one group split across the center of this thing. So in goes your tank. I don't see anybody else that's in there right now. I'm back here. So I flash. In goes Amber. I don't see anybody else in here. Okay. Let's keep playing this now. I'm starting to see more targets lighting up in the back. I think the other problem is that even though there might be one group or two groups in here, this is one of the sneaky things about these 801s, is there's a lot of mastermind power set use mercenaries. So I think that's what we're seeing here. I'm thinking the boss or the EBs that are in here are summoners. So you're going from, let's say you got 12 targets that you're fighting. But the EBs, if they're summoning, I don't know, 4 guys, 3, something like that, I think like possibly 5 pets if they've got the minions and the lieutenants, or I think get like 5 guys. So let's say you got a couple, 3 summoners in here. I don't know, 2, 3 summoners. They're each summoning 5 dudes. Let's say now we got 10 plus the original 12. So now you just doubled the action. And if there's 2 groups in here, now we can, quadruple the amount of foes. And the mastermind guys, they don't stop summoning. They keep summoning more if they have time to do it, which if they're EBs, they do. Yeah, okay. So let me back out of this now. So that's what I'm seeing happening here. All right, so we're fighting away, and I gotta see this. So it looks like delete is way in there right now. That's him back here. Yeah, there he is. So he's in there, and this is his tray. So he's summoning a bunch of inspirations stuff. All right, so you can see. All right, he's doing this. He's sitting right here in the thick of it. He also looks like he's deeper than where the tank is. Tank's underneath him. So he's up there, and he's hovering. So that's probably making him a target. He's got oranges, purples, break freeze, accuracies. I see he's been hit by one thing, shadowy binds or whatever. Let's see how this plays out, because I don't think it's going to play out well. I'm throwing stuff in there, debuff. And boom, he's dead right there. Yep. Bang. Down he goes. He's just taking heavy, heavy fire. I start panning around because I'm like, why is he getting hit so hard? I feel like we've got it under control, but now as I'm zoom in a little bit here looking, it just looks like there's a bunch of dudes in there. Like I just see heads everywhere. Like look at all these dudes. This looks like massive numbers of guys are in here. Maybe another guy here, it's hard to say. All right, so there's a whole bunch of guys. There's somebody back there. That looks like a pet. There's delete boss. It just got deleted. Yeah, shades. So he's just surrounded by guys. I think there's a guy right here. There's guys all over the place in there. Overwhelming numbers. I'm looking around because I really couldn't see this at the time. I just, saw, all right, flashes and stuff, explosions. Delete boss goes down. I'm like, oh, it's got to be an ambush. She must be behind me, but nope, there's nothing there. I'm taking heavy fire now.
Ouch.
Yeah, like I'm backing out. Too much fire. Amber goes down. So your tank is now overrun. Sorry, not Amber. Killa goes down.
Ouch.
I don't even know where Kilowatts is in there. Oh, he's off to the right.
A lot of fire in there.
So it looks like we had, dude, it's a jailbreak. Yeah, so it looks like there's like definitely 2 different groups in here. I'm thinking. So Killa was over here. And I think he was trying to hold this side. Then you had Amber in the middle, trying to bring everything to him. And of course you had Delete was either just past him or just over top of him. He gets taken out. But remember I showed you all those guys are over there. So there's all these guys from the left are pushing in. You got all these guys from the right side are pushing in. Down goes Killa. I'm back here firing away, trying to get debuffs and damage on target. I'm taking a beating. I've got some lingering radiation on me. So they're debuffing the crap out of me. So I back out. I'm trying to get range, trying to get some distance for safety. But I'm still trying to stay within sightline so I can still fire it. I can still shoot my trick arrows and my damage and keep debuffing and putting some, damage down on these targets. But I have to back out because I'm about to get killed. I eat a whole bunch of Skittles there to try to stay alive. Trying to stay in the fight though, but at some point I'm like, I can't keep standing in the open. I've taken way too much fire. Teammates are dropping. I gotta back out of there. Let's get another EMP arrow to kind of slow things down. More damage I'm taking. They've got huge range.
I'll back out some more.
Incoming.
Look at Viles hiding. Viles. You're so scared back here. Alright. Yeah, look at all these guys. Maybe there was an ambush triggered. Look, yeah, look at all those freaking guys. There could have been an ambush in there. That may be what else happened. But I mean, look, there's guys here. Here. I don't know how many people there is. At least 24. Right? They're just coming. So just got overwhelmed in that pocket room.
Thank you.
And Ember's holding the corner. Which is perfect, because now I can start dropping pain. You see Viles doing the same thing. Throwing stuff down in there. Yes, his storm powers are going off.
No retreat, no surrender.
So, I don't have a healer or anything. So there's no point in me. This is one thing about Trick Arrow it's going to be risky is, I've been sitting here at low health for most of this fight at this point. I was down here a moment ago, so I'm relying completely on regeneration. I think it's something maybe as a defender that you want to look at. I don't think I specifically did on this build, but if you don't have a heal to get yourself back, then regen's your other option. So building in some extra regen is probably a good idea. Because otherwise, right, you got to go, take a knee, rest, something like that. I don't have any green in my tray. Or I start, doing conversions and switching things to greens. That takes time. If I break line of sight, I go to rest mode, that takes time. And then when I'm out of the fight, I'm not supporting. So as a defender, controller, whatever, you got to stay in the fight as long as you can. I mean, it's pretty much your job description. So stay in the fight and support, control, blast, debuff, buff, whatever. Go sick. And especially with this particular build, I need to stay in the fight to be effective because all of my stuff is in-fight stuff. I don't have buffs. It'd be one thing if I was, a force fielder and I threw my shields on you. I'm going to go take a knee over here and get my health back. Even then, I probably would have a blast set that would be supportive. But, otherwise, you're kind of not doing your thing if you just are always running away and, resting or whatever you got to do. All right, let's see what ends up happening here. All right, looks like we got it under control now. Again, we had a bunch of 54s in there, so I think you see the difference. When 54s show up, we start getting pushed back. And that's one thing I think that made this set of missions and trials trickier, and why I think some of the team is doing riskier than normal stuff is because when you're fighting 53s, it's not that big a deal, or it's easier. But then all of a sudden you run into a 54 group in that same hallway, let's say, and it turns night and day.
Aw.
Dude,
Just about to snipe.
that I think the storm ship's doing massive damage. I don't see that. It's like, watch this guy get erased. Right there. Somebody crits his ass. 628. Is that our kilowatts? Yeah, I think kilowatts erased that guy. Damn. That was sick. Destruction.
Aw.
Kill steal.
Just about to snipe that fool. Was there an ambush in there?
They don't want to admit it.
They seem to give a lot of chase.
They were too embarrassed to answer the question. was a quiet night from the team, now that I remember.
Wrong turn.
All right, so we clear that. Back to some 53s. That 53 is just much faster and easier. In hindsight, I'm wishing I just stuck with the +4s and then risk taking on the 55s.
Burn, baby.
I feel a little bit better about the final results that way, because at least I could have then said, hey, if we got murdered, yeah, 55s killed us. Bunch of dudes in the back again. These guys are 54s. I think one thing I'm noticing is the team is starting to play a little more cautiously, because we're seeing that if you get out in front of, your tank and whatever, you get murdered pretty quick. And Violent are just back here just raining death on people. It was nice to have 3, melee E people. I still maybe would prefer a Dami pairing up with my defenders. Gives me a little bit more security. Would you have subbed the Dom in for your Stalker, for your Scrapper? I don't know.
It's just us.
All right, so here, look at that. You can see Delete learned his lesson, I think. So we're flash the sky. Delete teleports up there. He's looking, but he's not doing anything. He's waiting.
It's just us.
Okay, now Amber goes in, and then Delete attacks. So I think in the previous mob, especially last mission, he would just went off by himself and attacked anyway. But I think that cost him twice. But that's what separates good players from pugs. Pugs just keep doing the same stuff that gets them killed. I like this. Okay, here's a good tactic. So we got, remember we had this problem in the last time. We had the room, or you want to call it these rooms, right? You got the open hatch there, and there's, just dudes in here. It's got an extra leg, right? There's guys in here. And last time, right, just go in there and start fighting. But watch what we do this time around. So here's learned behavior, but learned in a good way. So the team sees similar scenario that got almost 3 people, I think, killed. Near team wipe. And you see Amber pulls them out. Keep flashing and blinding, debuffing. Okay, now Amber's got their attention. He's stringing them out. And now we can just start dropping debuffs and crap. Oof. Look at the huge hits I'm taking. Because there's way more than your tank can hold aggro on.
Oops, I don't like that.
Now here's the thing I didn't understand. I brought this up during this mission. Notice my incarnate lore pets. They're just standing there, right? Like, why aren't they doing anything? I've got them on aggressive. I just took a bunch of damage twice. They're just standing there watching. Aren't they supposed to... I have the support healer one. Aren't they supposed to attack? Aren't they supposed to do something? So they're just kind of standing there.
They're pissed.
Watch them again.
Oops, I don't like that.
Okay, so there you go. I'm dropping pain. My guys are standing next to me. I get hit right here. Once, twice. My pet's still standing there. Get hit again. My pets are just following me. Like, I might as well just had them on passive mode. Why aren't they doing anything? Yeah, I can send it to go to or attack something, but they should be responding to me taking damage. Pets do that. Unless the aggressive mode doesn't work correctly. Like attack, guys. Go off. Charge in there. I don't want to be micromanaging my pets. If I want to do that, I'd play a mastermind. Alright, so close to death again, but you'll see again, I'm not stopping to heal or nothing. I'll just keep fighting. I feel safe again because I'm far enough back. The rest of the team is keeping them occupied. But I'd say attack my target. They still just stand there.
Uh-oh.
Still taking damage. Look, they're not doing anything. My frickin' 2 lore pets are standing right here. I'm being effing murdered by this guy. I told them to go attack somebody. They still don't attack anybody.
Kill this guy.
Oh, now they finally respond. Right here, this guy gets right on my ass.
Come on, kill this guy.
Lucky he missed me right there. Somebody's behind me now, shooting me.
That's like to stand around and watch me die.
Yeah, you about have to put them on aggressive for a minute.
Yeah, they are. That's what's the sad thing. It's like they're unaggressive. They're just standing there watching.
All right, so now I'm having to be chased away from the fight. You see, delete boss is taking a bunch of damage because I can't stay in there and fight because my stupid pets are not doing anything.
Come on, guys, get in there.
I mean, if they're on aggressive, they should respond to attacks. If they're on defensive, they should respond to attacks. All right, I think that's the main stuff for this mission. Wait, delete's down again. Let's see what happens. Back this up. Back it up some more. All right, so I just leveled up. Come around the corner. All right, we've got another group ahead of us. They look like they're aggroed already. Level 54s. In goes your tank. Flash the mob. Kilowatts is in there fighting. In goes your stalker. Stalker's hanging out. Okay. He's fighting. Alright. Oh, I see maybe what happened. Huh. Interesting. I didn't see that originally. So I thought this was just a long straight hallway. And there's just the one group here, but there's actually intersection or something over here. There's another group. So I don't know if they just were there the whole time or what happened, or they were a patrol, but they come in from the side and they're aggroed, and the tank is already probably at or near his aggro cap, maybe doesn't even see. He's got containment here as far as taunting or control goes, but then boom, in comes the side group. Yeah, let me zoom in on this. So here is Amber, Kilo, and Delete. Everybody's focused on like this group here. Then all of a sudden this group shows up and starts shooting. And the person they start shooting the most is Delete. I don't know where do they come from? Is what I want to figure this out. So let me back this up a second here. Keep myself zoomed in on this. Where are they? All of a sudden, these guys just start showing up. They must have been over there on the side. It's probably one of those hallways, arachnospace. There's another group around the corner. Normally, you're playing this as a paper mission or something like that. They're not going to aggro. But with these 801s that have better perception, they see the group and they start just freaking going off. I mean, it's like you're just done. Yeah, he just took a huge hit from that Elite Marauder. Done. There it is. Boom. Down goes Kilo. All right, so now I start throwing heat at him, but we've lost containment on the right side. And here you'll notice I can't get small. So look, they've got just a clear lane straight down here. I've got no cover. I'm big right now. Get big. You don't want to be big.
Better fall back.
Yeah. Incoming. Try to hold them off a little bit. Throw some debuff.
And count that one with the evidence.
Keep shooting this guy. All right, so I just pumped a bunch of arrows to hold that hallway. That's one thing I like with Trick Arrow you can do is just kind of lay down patches to keep the enemies slowed. There we go. All right, so there's delete gets deleted. Nothing he could have done about it. Another group is just pouring through here. Now, how does this happen? Let's go up past where we just had the fight. Come around the corner. All right. Flash. Tank goes in. It's a huge group. Look at all these guys. Bunch of mastermind pets, looks like. Start throwing the pain down. Tank can't hold all the aggro. They start coming after me. Melees start beating the hell out of this guy. Down he goes. All right. Start throwing some pain in here. Damn, I almost got killed. What happened here? Doing fine. Everything's good. Bam, 796. I get hit by some blast from a beam rifle. I gotta back out.
They're hating on me hard.
What'd you say?
I don't know. I'm just shooting with some pew pew arrows and they're pissed.
Another big group. Delete's getting punished. Every time you got to back out of there, it's going to cost you output. From a defender's standpoint, that's team safety. I'm looking at Delete Boss. He's having to back out of there a lot now, so his just DPS is going to be dropping because he can't stay on targets and just laying up. Look at that, I took a 1200 hit. I mean, Jesus. I'm at full health. I'm just shooting guys in there. This guy in the back, it looks like. Oh, yeah, right there. I see him. Hold on a second. Let me zoom in on this mofo back here. There's this guy. Let's get my angle right. Okay, there I am. And so I'm just shooting crap in here, right? This guy right here. Let's watch him. Bam, it was like it was 1200 and was that a 972, 572, something like that. So combined, I think it's a 900. So like over 2,000 damage, a pew pew back to back. I don't know if two guys shot me. He shot me twice, but beam rifle to death. So I had full health and then I didn't. Nothing you can do. right? Didn't matter my resistance, my defense. The guy just shot right through me. You got your tank in here. He's tanking. Your melee guy's got that nice little wall. I've talked about this before, right? They've kind of got this nice buffer, right? They've got the triangle of defense here, blocking access to the squishies in the back. But these range guys, unless they, you know, are taunted, are controlled, you can only taunt so many guys. We don't have any hard control. And then my other problem is uh, I'm too big. Look at my position, right? Here's the open hole. They have a wide open field of view on me. This is what I talk about when I say getting small, right? If I was getting small, I'm behind a corner. I'm able to shoot around the corner kind of a thing. There is no corner. You're too big. You take a beating. You're done. Game over. Down you go. And then mission ends. Let's write the mission ending. All right, so there you go. Those are our first two missions, the first two quick ones. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and take a look at some of our stats because we're getting into this now. We're starting to get deep on some numbers we can focus on here. So let me go ahead and pull up the Word document. All right, so here are our numbers I want to talk about because we're seeing some of this right now. Survivability. So those first two missions were pretty good for me. I had a couple defeats, right? One in each of them. That last one was like right in the last minute of the fight. Really not much I could do. Solid numbers here as far as the rates go. Mission 3, which is coming up, I don't die at all in that one. Mission 4 is the big one. This is the most dangerous mission for my character. 6 times I'm going to go down in that one. Well, when we get to that one, you'll see why. But huge amounts of damage start coming in. The longest mission, the most deadly mission. And then mission 5, which is arguably the hardest one. Actually, we did very well on it, and I'll discuss why I think that is when we get to it. But there it is. Looking at the correlation data, you can see that for the most part, I had 4 missions that were very, very much on top of each other, right? One or no deaths. But then this one outlying data point for mission 4 throws off your correlation numbers. Your R squared is just awful. Interpretation, right? First couple missions, couple defeats. Survivability is really good, not flawless survivability, but good. Mission 3, you'll see on that one, right? Long mission, 46 minutes, no defeats. I can go for a long period with this character without dying, even if the enemy pressure is higher. Mission 4, that one, it gets even harder. 6 defeats is the first one. You're going to see where just the scaling of the incoming is overwhelming my ability to mitigate it. Thresholds crossed. She's going to go down. Mission 5, or even further into it, there's only one. So that kind of shows you that the mission 4 could have been a fluke. But again, I think when we get to the mission 5, and compared to the mission 4, even though the mission 5 was a tier higher in difficulty, the maps, I think, were the big difference on that one. But it does show that, hey, we can still, hang with the big boys at that level. I think they were all EBs, just like mission 4 was. Just we had better angles. We were able to get to keep the poles right, keep our flow going, that sort of thing. So anyway, what I think you're seeing there, looking at that trend line, it's just escalation of the tier difficulties getting harder and harder. Her survivability is holding for the most part until you hit that breaking point in mission 3. Just gets overwhelmed, taken out. But mission 5, she comes back, not a big deal. So certain conditions are triggering the problem here. That is what we want to take a look at with mission 4. Then the other stat we want to take a look at is ally defeats, because these numbers are pretty solid too. We had 3 defeats here, 3 defeats here, and most of it, I don't want to say was delete boss, but I think he was like 4 of the defeats. So build, hey, how strong is the build on the stalker version? Choices that people were making, like when we had our tank went down one direction, we went the other direction. So I think a lot of these defeats weren't necessarily like a TA thing that, oh yeah, if TA had only had a heal, it would have made a difference. No, I don't think it would have made a difference at all. If you jump in and get murdered, you get murdered. If you get the team split, you're going to get chopped up. So that's usually what we're seeing here. A couple of those are just overwhelming. Couldn't do anything about it. I'm there. I'm firing everything I can, but bam, somebody just takes a massive hit. That's the way 801s work. You get spiked every now and then. It just takes you out. Then we get into the later missions. I think this is kind of showing proof of TA's ability to hold off pressure, though, because our defeat numbers don't suddenly skyrocket. Yeah, they're like twice as many, but considering that we're going against all EBs and considering that, hey, I had 6 defeats in Mission 4 myself, and the entire team had 7 in Mission 4, starts to show you that it's not a problem for TA itself, or like, because otherwise you'd assume, wow, TA just can't hang. You're dropping left and right. Your teammates are dropping left, right. I think when we look at Mission 4, you're going to see that Red has to stick her face into the fire much more often to hold things back, kind of taking one for the team a lot of times to buy the team some uh, respite to get out of there. And I think that's what you're going to see when you take a look at the 6 personal versus 7 team. And then again on Mission 5, we come back pretty strong. Overall numbers really solid. You look at your correlations between the time and allied defeats. This is much stronger here, right? It definitely, as things get longer, missions get longer, allies are going to drop more. There is one little bit of an outlying data point here. I think that was what, Mission 3, or no, sorry, that was Mission 5. Mission 5 was sort of an anomaly, even though it was the hardest on paper mission. It really didn't stack up to the Tier 3 and Tier 4 missions as far as the length of the mission. This one, I believe, the map was a bit shorter, so we were able to clear it faster. Therefore, we had less opportunity for death. So I think that's probably what you're going to see in Mission 5. But taking a look at the data again, missions 1 and 2, we got some chaos early. You got the team really not gelling right away. We got people splitting, people trying to dive in there without cover. So I think those kind of add up and explain what happens here and why it was kind of messy in that opening. A little bit too much aggression. People maybe taking for granted that we can take on level 53 or whatever. But then once we kind of get our rhythm going here by the end of Mission 2, getting to Mission 3, 4, we have a lot more overall defeats, but the rates are both solid 0.13. It's actually lower rates in these more difficult missions here because we're playing smarter. We're using geometry to our advantage, and rate is much more stable. We're not spiraling out of control, just dying left and right. And in Mission 5, we have the best numbers. Again, we're going up against arguably the hardest foes, but we barely get scratched in that one. Very clean numbers. And also by that point, we've played for 2 hours at that point, so we kind of knew what to do. So long story short, things are getting longer, deeper. The numbers are going up, but it's predictable. It's not, oh my God, things are just spiky, right? We know if we went for 60 minutes, we'd probably could expect 8 allied deaths. It's very predictable in that sense. All right, let's go ahead and jump back to the video. Take a look at Mission 3, which is going to be potentially the best of the bunch. We got very low ally risk. We've got very high defender survivability. And we're going to be going for 46 minutes against even tougher enemies than we just faced in those first 2 tiers. So let's see how that shakes out. What all went down in Mission 3. Let me tab over to that one. There it is. And boom. All right, what's Mission 3? So Mission 3, we're doing an 8016. And let's go. Jump ahead. Take a little break, sell some stuff. Team is back. All right, so we're in one of these infamous tunnels. These are like the ones that were, what are they, like First Ward or something like that? I think this is the Resistance tunnels or whatever, if I remember. Praetorian tunnels. So you kind of, the opening section's pretty nothing there. And you get down these ramps and stairs, and I hate them because they kind of zigzag back and forth until you finally run into enemies. But you're like 3 stories deep at this point. Still going down. And finally, we spot contact. All right, so we've pushed down about a minute into the mission. Like, all right, where's the enemy? And so Amber goes to fetch and bring them up. And so we're back here. Vile and I are back here. So here's me. Vile is behind me. So Vile's somewhere back here. And we are gonna do our thing, right? We're gonna rain patches and destructions sitting right there. Our other melee guys are waiting here. You know, they're staying small. They're behind this corner. And Amber has gone down to retrieve. So Amber goes down the steps to go bring some stuff up. So bring it up here. Your melees can get stuff stoppered right in this area. Start pounding on stuff. And meanwhile, we can start dropping the patches and the damage from complete line of sight broken. Nobody can touch us. And I think this is going to explain to you why I end up seeing 0 deaths. Because this is going to be a bulk of this combat. I'm going to be way back using range and line of sight breaking to my advantage. This whole concept of getting small, the whole concept of the best armor set in the game is the geometry. Okay, I'm not going to get hit. I'm going to be just pumping away down here. And also why our teammates are going to survive a lot better. We're going to use our smarts to our advantage.
On the right and just jump them as they come through.
So Amber just did that teleport to ally.
Here they come.
I'm a little bit short of my range, so something I don't like. So glue, in case anybody gets past them. Throw oil, a little bit more slowing. Let's light it on fire with rain of fire. Throw the disruption arrow to increase the damage output. EMP for the debuff, the stun, plus it also is going to buff.
Nice slow roast.
Actually, I don't even do my EMP.
Go in there and do something.
Some of the pets down there.
Whoa.
Do something, guys. Do something.
Just throw the pets straight in. My Tempest just got worked. Damn, delete. What happened? Delete just got boused. Look at this. Delete is completely protected. I don't. Wow, this is going to be effing crazy. Let me do this again.
Nice slow roast.
Some of the pets. Got a lot of guys coming. Got the debuff patches down. Let me zoom in on this thing because this is kind of crazy what I just saw happen there. All right, so here is that corner, and you'll see Delete's position is excellent, right? He's right here. He's right there. He's gotten small. He's behind cover. All the enemies are coming up here. All right, they're pushing through. We've got patches waiting for him. All right, you got Storm Blast patching. You've got my TA patching, Rain of Fire. We're just dropping pain right there. Amber's back here, serving as, you know, the cork, keeping everything in front. Can't get past me. And you got Killa's in there too. All right, 3 melees. Here's that kind of that triangle wedge again. And then I just dropped my 2 lore pets in here to throw some more beef. To kind of keep it all clogged up, because what I want to do is I want to keep everything concentrated on the patches to maximize the damage and the debuff that they're taking. I don't want these guys to be able to get around and start coming past everybody. So, everything's looking great. We got this. Perfect. No problem.
Whoa.
Boom. Now,
Do something, guys. Do something.
guys, send my pets to aggressive mode now. My Tempest just got freaking murdered. Right there. Tempest pet is down within seconds.
Damn.
Delete. Just got freaking obliterated. He just did an assassin strike. He's hanging out. All All right, he steps out. Okay, yeah. He broke cover. He hits the guy right behind him. Finishes him. There goes my Tempest is down. I'll watch delete. I mean, whatever hit the Tempest might have hit him too. I don't know. Was it a cone attack?
Whoa.
Do something, guys. Do something. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Some AoE or something came in and just creamed them. That was just. What are you supposed to do? You're just done. Freaking crazy. Okay. Killa's getting smoked now. All right, I'm just starting to try to drop more pain in here. Just try to slow it down. All right, now look, they're starting to break containment. The enemy is now flanking around the corner here. Amber's moved up to take the fight more to them. Killa's taking a beating and sort of backing up a little bit. I still have my other pets sitting here, but now guys are coming around. There's a guy right here. There's a couple guys coming around this way. And I'm seeing all this. I'm like, all right, they're flanking us. They're getting around behind our melee. And try to put some more debuff down.
Sneak up on the outside.
But here again, we've got great position here. We're able to get small behind the wall. Start throwing stuff down. Debuffs, damage. Like, all right, you guys want to come up here? Fine. Eat a whole bunch of damage.
You can ATT you out of there if you want, or if it looks like it's gonna clear soon, you can wait.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
I got
that
it.
rail is blocking line of sight.
Yeah, that's why I hate fighting down there.
I don't know why this audio on this Twitch video is got some reverb or something going on. Garbling. All right, so boom. Delete goes down. Okay, so we move to the top of the steps. Everything looks clear. But again, we've got some more coming up. There's a couple guys strays. Amber's going deep to go fetch. I'm backing up to that position again. Give these guys a nice slow walk. Yeah, man, they're just getting murdered as soon as they come up to that part. So I think if your melee guys are patient, this is fish in a barrel. If you get impatient, people start pushing down too far, then you run into trouble. And I think that happened in one of the earlier DEFCONs. I forget which one it was, but it was one of the first times we ran this particular map. And the melees were more down here fighting and support. Like I was back here trying to peek around this corner to support, but the angles were off and I couldn't get good, angle on the enemy or on my allies. So I kept having to come out over here to see what was going on. Plus, you really couldn't see too well because the stairs, the ramp are going down this way. So you really got to get close to even fire at the enemy at all, depending on what power set you're using. So I was getting killed a lot here. And then once they break around this corner and you're sitting here, you're a sitting duck. They just murder you. So I think we've changed our strategy again, learn behavior, right? We're now backing up to here, leaving like a double ramp. So they come up here, you got your kill box set here, and then if they do happen to break through, they still need to get up this ramp, and you can start laying more stuff down on top of them while you retreat back this way. So I think, we've learned behavior. We're changing what we normally would have done. Had you asked me about this 6 months ago, I wouldn't have been doing what I'm doing right here. All right, so again, we're going to pull this groups up. Our melees are a little bit deeper than we probably want to be right now, but I don't think there's a huge swarm coming. I think it's just a couple guys. So we're all kind of shifting up a little bit.
All your messages. Recall tank.
Shit. Yeah, so Amber goes down fast. Yeah, I mean, again, nothing you can do about that. Your tank's out there fishing, trying to bring in a big catch, and they get murdered. But, there you go. You got a tank that's been surviving a whole bunch of stuff. They got stone armor, right? Experienced player. Doesn't matter. You're dead. All right, so then we got to bring our tank back in. So there's our second team death. Neither one of those was really a fault of anybody. It just, shit happens. Okay, boom. Start to pull up again. Let's see. We got this set up. I think we're going to see very similar to the last time. I put down the debuffs, glue arrow, dispersion arrow, oil slick, rain of fire. And chuck an acid arrow in there, poison gas arrow in there. Yeah, melted, done.
Mm.
Oh wait, Killer just got killed. I don't remember that one. By the way, I mean, sometimes I have to edit my numbers during these reviews, because
Disintegrated.
Dang.
something just.
Really got it.
So I think Kill is down around the corner, too far. This is what I was saying just a minute ago about the melees are pushing up too deep. Because look, here's Killa, and remember earlier we were fine. We had the wall here, and our melees were staying back here, letting stuff come up around, while your tank is like here, taunting or whatever. Notice we've kind of switched our positions. Our tank is still kind of here, but backed up a little bit, pulling stuff. You've got Delete is in that position at the corner again. And last time, Killa was over here, but now Killa's over here. And I think they're going to dive in here. And maybe it's because, I can't see down the stairs at this point. So maybe there's only a few guys in sight. So figures, hey, it's safe. All right, there's Killa at the top of the screen. Down they go. Trying to get some hits in there, I guess. Well, I really nothing I can do. I can't see much. What's happening? I see he's taking hits, damage from beam rifle. And boom, he's done.
Disintegrated.
Dang.
Yeah.
Killer got it. Smacked.
Yeah. He went in too deep.
Probably just your leftover down there, wasn't it?
Maybe an EB with a beam rifle, you're done. More guys coming.
Just dropping shit around the corner. I'm not sure if I'm hitting anything or not.
All right, so we've got what, 3 people have died so far. Let's double check, and we're expecting 6. We've got half our deaths already in the first. I don't think we moved past this first stairwell, right? I mean, we've been pulling stuff up here. So go down to the bottom of this zigzaggy stairwell. There's this big open, like subway platform room or something like that. So we're bringing stuff up. We've had half our deaths there, and really not much you could do about it, taking huge hits. People just going in a little bit too deep. You expect your tank to kind of do that. Your scrapper, your stalker both kind of stuck their heads out too far and got it shot off. And TA doesn't have a way to mitigate that specific type of attack. Like if you were empathy, maybe you could throw a heal. You got some shields, you can do a little bit, buffing. But hey TA, I need a debuff. I need to see enemies. I need to get those patches on targets. That's where you're gonna save people's lives. And you just couldn't do it in that scenario there. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the video there. All right. Killing this stuff here.
Get a sneaky ambush.
There's a lot down there.
Yeah, that place is full.
Okay, so that's the bottom of the ramp. Bringing all the rest of these guys down. The rest of these guys up. That's the thing with these 801s. I think that's the biggest lesson is patience is the only way to win. We're using the same tactic here on this map. Yeah, there's definitely you have certain strategies depending on what's happening. I think that's another problem you'll see with a lot of pugs or a lot of people that are trust too much in their build to win everything. Like, oh, I've got 90% defense. I'm good. I mean, it doesn't matter. You gotta have good tactics, otherwise you can get killed.
I think we should definitely be getting it.
More groups being brought up.
I'd have to start all over.
All right, finally got this room clear. So here's where Amber was fishing. Was down here just pulling mobs up these ramps a couple levels while we were shooting them. Room is just about cleared. Couple groups left, it looks like. Yeah, got that. All right, now here's your other room. We've had a problem in this hallway before, so big, long hallway. This is the problem, because you don't have any cover in this hallway. So come down this hallway, and you see, there's a couple guys back here. No big deal, right? Let's just get in there and start killing them. But I think this is a huge room on the other side of this thing. So we made this mistake with, I think, radiation when I was playing Despina, maybe, or Trinculo, one of those two rads, was right here. Went in there and tried to get cute. And I think we ended up team wiping on this map, or a map just like this, was right at this place because we were trying to get down here, and I think I don't know, I teleported in or did something. It's just freaking murdered.
They just don't have it on the server shit. So next time they do a top picks on the server side.
So here's where I think the other strategy I was mentioning in the last DEFCON, I think I was talking about Storm, is why not use snipe pulls? I think I do it here. Because this is risky, right? If you go down here with your tank, right? Your tank has to get in there, expose themselves to be in taunt range to a lot of people. Then they're going to have to back up, but, where do you go and duck? Because if you just kind of stand here, these guys are going to stand back where they are and just keep firing. So they have really good range. They're not going to have to run in here. Why would they? There is a little bit of a, I think, a nook right here you can maybe duck behind. But then where's the rest of the team going to kind of hang out, right? All of us would be exposed in the hallway. And if your tank doesn't get aggro control, pew, 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 we're going to start getting blasted deep. So we got to figure out a way. Either we bring them all the way back down to where that big room is, where we have better places for cover, or we dive in here, or we try to hit the nook. So I'm thinking, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to snipe. I think I'm going to blast this guy and try to maybe bring one or two rather than taunt 10 of them.
Maybe snipe pole to here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a trap.
It's a trap. We've got it.
They're coming in, so
Look at that snipe range, brah. Look at their range. I mean, I just hit them with my snipe and they still shot me. But it kind of splits the aggro a little bit on these guys. I think this would work. So I think if your tank hangs back on that one, right? If you hang back as a tank, maybe you're sitting here behind that little nook. Somebody snipes like this, right? The group starts to give chase. And as they're running past you, you can then taunt them into this direction. Now they're all going to be turned away from your allies. Your allies can then post up here. They can see exactly how many targets came and start to fire. If too much is coming through and the tank can't hold this position, you still got the retreat where you saw me just dip to, where I'm around that corner back here. You can come back here, and then I've got these debuff patches laid out here in the hallway to slow their approach. We start banging on them. Your tank can then either retreat with us or dive into this patch right here and start to go to town as well. But it looks like Amber went forward, stayed really deep. I did pull some of the aggro, but now he's got more of it. I think he was already taunting at the time I fired or something. Or he picked up their pursuit early. See, I like this because we can more isolate a single mob with a snipe than you can with a taunt.
I'll fetch another one for you.
You've got really good range, so. Duck back here. Here they come. Tank is intercepting.
How's this guy going?
I sniped him. Amber's got fucking lit up. All right. I don't know if we're on the same page here. It looks like we're not. So I just snipe pulled. Let's go back this up again. So there. I just sniped that guy, right? I'm backing up. Now, what I want to see is your tank pulling more himself or not? Let me go here. So there's Amber. Let's get this down a little bit. All right, so Amber's sitting right here. I just shot this guy here. So he's coming after me. And that's what you hear, I think. Kilowatts asks, where the hell's this guy going? I don't know if he just didn't see my blast go firing past their ear or what. And I said, let me fetch another one. Let's try to see. Is Amber suddenly getting... So I don't know if Amber's up. Amber's way up here, right? So I think if we're going to do this right, Amber needs to back off, like in this area somewhere. You know, midway down the hall. Let them come. Right? I don't think we want to stay up close here because they have the better field of fire, right? They've got, you know, this sort of cone area they can fire from in order to hit us at the head of this hall. So I don't want to be up there. I think better off is to, what I just did is I snipe, right? They come trucking down this hall. Now they are in the same exact field of fire as we are. So nobody has an advantage. Although if we back up far enough, like where you just saw me, we can get an advantage on them. But I think if you park your tank over here somewhere, so that let them come down with the pole and then bring their attention off to the side. But Amber's way up here at the front. And guys are starting to run in pursuit of me, but I think just whatever he's taunting, aura, something like that is drawing the aggro towards. Yeah, look, there's a whole bunch of flying. There's more fire coming. I just saw from over there. Which, that's not for me, right? I fired at this guy back here. This guy that I still have targeted. So I just saw a bunch of Sonic crap coming off from the right. And I'm backpedaling. All right, Amber's backpedaling now.
Ooh, Sonic.
Hold on. Let me scoot this over, see what's happening here.
Yeah, how's this?
Okay, there's the guy shot, still running. Amber's just getting shredded.
Yeah, get on.
Boom, dead. Yeah, it needs to take cover, get out of the way. All right, so that was, I guess, my fall. I mean, I did the pull, and we weren't all on the same page. Kilowatts is intercepting this guy who's coming after me who just did 401. Amber goes down. Now we have breakthrough. Delete boss just gets deleted. Okay, now here's where my plan is supposed to work. So I've got them coming down the hall now. A whole bunch of them. Look at all those freaking mastermind pets back there. But I've got all this debuff sitting right in here. Okay, lots of patch stuff going. Glue and Alchem's Rain of Fire. So I got 2 slows. Okay, I'm going to drop some more fun for them. Comes Oil Slick.
Got about 16% chance.
It deletes, giving us our odds of getting past this. All right, now here comes the pain.
Oh yeah, we got this shit.
I mean, they're not getting through this, right? And then you got the storm cell crap unloading. So now they're falling. They're getting roasted. All the numbers are flying. This is just your blaster and defender unloading back here.
Somebody recall those guys out of there.
So this was my strategy was this, right? Just like this. Pull them into the middle of the hall like this is kill box. We have some cover back here. I think your tank could hang off to the side. Wait till they get to the kill box where you see where they're flopping now. Now you can get in here, pick up any stray aggro, or at least turn. The big thing for me is turning their angle of fire, because if these guys are going to start shooting, if they have any cones, that kind of stuff, it's now just coming blasting down this way, hitting multiple of us. Whereas if you turn them this way, now they're shooting at your tank. They're not going to hit anybody back here. They're going to be blasted at the wall and wasting their cone attacks. So that was my strategy, my planning. Obviously, it wasn't communicated well. I've taken a couple of dings. Spiders hit me from a mile away.
I think mine's still down.
Now I'm backing off.
I have to look here in a second.
Way out. So here's where we can, Alamo back here. Okay, I'm going to set up another patch for them. Okay, you guys want to keep coming? More rain for you.
I'm putting bodies in the way.
So even if they make it all the way down there, they're going to be attrited big time. Oops, they've been waiting for me to stick my head out. So there you go. There's a great example of how staying small helps you. Okay, so I was down to half health. They can't hit me.
Bodies in the way.
I start summoning pets, putting patches out. Still not being hit. My health's back up to 3/4-ish. All right, I step out. Hit. Bam, 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 immediately. So right there, I go from no damage taken, putting down debuff, putting down pain. I step out for a second, 2 seconds. Blammo. Just trying to get an angle for my more direct attack arrows. So acid arrow, poison gas again. There comes that Spiner. I don't know where the Spiner is. He's like so far back and he's freaking hitting you.
I don't see how those effing spines reach this far. It's like better than my freaking snipe.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other day, and It's about 50-foot radius, man. It's crazy.
I'm getting wrapped up.
All right, so I think that strategy can work, right? Just make them, as long as you have some sort of debuffing, some way to slow progress. If I can slow them here, attack. If they get past that, slow them again, attack. They get there, slow again. I think slows and knockdowns are in the same category here. If you have these two things versus these 801s, you can chew them up. It's slow and plotting, but you're right, they're going to be getting just macerated on their way through here. That, I think, is a great recipe because they don't have great slow or knockdown protection. They can be treated this way. You got a blaster on here. This is why I like, let's say, have a dominator with me if I'm playing. Because if a dommy's got some slows, some knockdowns, some immobilizes, whatever, just keep these guys pinned down, slowed down, wear them down the whole way through, and just keep punishing them as they go. To eventually, because they're AIs, they're not going to give up. They're going to keep trying to come and get you. They're not going to run away. So you can start working them, working them, working them. And then at some point, right, then your melees can dive in here when they're softened up. Because then they can start getting those big hits, those crits and stuff. Assassin Strike, bam, just taking these guys down. But I think you let your ranged blaster, defender, Dommy, controller, whatever, starts wearing these guys down and then start punishing them. And there's a time for all this. I wouldn't say the whole mission you should be trying to, snipe pull either. I think there's good time for both tactics, but I think sometimes teams get over reliant upon, let's say, tank, right? The old tank and spank idea. Your tanks can do a lot, but they can't survive everything.
For the next mission.
There we go again. I'll freaking snipe this guy's A. Here they come. Okay, let's start attriting them. Here they go. I wish I had more range. Done. So it allows you to pull things to a safe area that you can break the line of sight. There's that Sonic guy again. So here's where your tank can be, able to pull because I can't see anything. I can't snipe it. I love the Fire Blast snipe. It's like one of my favorites. It's up there with like Moonbeam. Slow again. Disruption arrow. Oil slick. Oh, frickin'
Fucking bullshit.
quills.
Spine bullshit.
I mean, look at that.
He's like a freaking
I'm perfectly fine. 834.
freaking
Another 120, 180.
spine
So I
bullshit.
take pretty much 1,000 damage with 2 hits.
He's like a freaking mile long.
I think he did his throw spines and
Attack something, pet.
quills. See, this is the problem. Now it takes you out of the fight. You got to stay way back here.
All right, here, go down there. Do something. These pets are like really stupid for some reason.
Yeah, they're like,
I don't remember them being this stupid.
they're bad. All right, here's our long hallway. We've got it opened up for us.
SO pimped out stalker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
are they level 53?
yeah. I think delete boss was only run on SOs. I think that's probably so. When I criticized the build, it's because I think he didn't have all his IO sets or something like that. It was a fresh 50 stalker. Which of it is? I mean, again, this is another example of what this 801's reveal, like the difference between, let's say, a 50 stalker, and I think he's got He's got at least his alpha unlocked or whatever. But if you don't have IO sets, whatever else, the difference it makes is night and day. You see, he's getting worked whenever he sticks his head out there. Whereas you get IO sets now, maybe you're not going to get punished anywhere near as much. Oh, there goes delete boss. I mean, he gets smoked. See, there's so few. I mean, you need to have a really, I don't want to say special build, but you need to have a really good build to actually stand out there and fight. Maybe it's my one criticism of the 801s is that it really is prescribing a play style, which is hide and seek, right? You got to hide and let them find you and then kill them as they get in these choke points. I think it's really the only way to get far in these things. Trying to juggernaut your way through, unless you got uber builds for everybody, it just doesn't work. You just saw it again, right? You get out in the open like that, very few people's builds can just take a beating and stand there for 30 seconds, a minute. Unless you're uber tanks and stuff. I think you see Kilowatts, this build is really strong. Yeah, poor delete boss is getting worked. I forgot that he was not IO'd.
Or just put a buy in the middle of delete and boss.
Deleted by, yeah.
I don't think you're doing too bad for just having SOs. You're doing better than that Dominator we had that night.
Oh man, that's true.
Those effers.
The Dommy and the Brute stand out the most.
Yeah, the Dami was at least trying.
Okay, they're 50s. They're not even 50s.
If you're talking about the
Go to the store after this.
if you're talking about the Dami that was in the cold domination, wasn't it?
Oh man.
200,000?
Oh wait, can I upgrade?
It's the most expensive wagon, yes.
Yeah, he's packing level 50 SOs.
That might have been a bad deal there.
You might not be able to when you're in a mission.
Right.
I don't know how that works.
I just long range to targeted AoE, so.
I wondered where all those guys were coming from.
Yeah.
You got Uber range on your AoEs again?
Yeah, this is that range tune, dude. I was shooting from about 300 foot just a minute ago.
Yeah, I think
Thinks we're not gonna make it.
Austin, come on, buddy. Doubting this team.
Well, I guess.
All right, so we pretty much do this strategy for most of the rest of this mission. Right? Pulling these guys here, pull. Then this last area is going to be similar to what we did at the opening of the mission. So we've got the stairs go down here, and then boom, they end, and then there's a drop off right here, and then there's that whole big tunnel that then goes this way. So you got your stairs here, and so all we're gonna do is we're gonna pull stuff up these stairs, up this ramp, and you'll see me again using my get small strategy. I'm gonna stand back here, and I'm gonna start dropping patches around the corner, and just making it just a long, slow crawl for them to get up here, and just start just raining shit on them the whole time. I think this is why also our melee guys are not going to be able to get the numbers that you might expect from them, because most of the damage is going to be done by myself and Vile just because of the strategy we're using here. But it's going with TA's strengths, I think.
Lost remembers this room too.
Okay, he's pulling.
I'm all the way in that room we just left.
Wow.
That would be the easiest. Yeah, we could just.
You want to go all the way back up there?
Well, I mean, it's up to you. I don't care. We can go down there if you.
Yeah. I like this corner
You
here.
don't sound afraid.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, I'm just trying to hook us up. Yeah, I'd say right here, man, where they can just put
Yeah.
that stairs right there, and we just blast them.
yeah, I'm blasting them. I could back up from here. I just want to attrit them on the way up. Just keep freaking pumping them. Have them make the long, slow crawl.
Yep. Done. Erased. But these guys that were just coming were 53s. I think that's why they're able to die so much faster. That's a big thing I'm just noticing, is that even though things are getting rougher, map wise and number of enemies wise, the fact that 53 is going to drop, let's say 20% faster than 54 makes a big difference.
Oh, you almost got deleted. Long, slow walk.
There we go again, just dropping patches out there. Make them eat this, have some damage.
Let them roast a little bit on the way up.
Start putting up that little bit.
Yeah, this is it. All right, we just do this. And now I'm dropping stuff over the edge. Again, I'm using the geometry. This is my shield. It's the best armor in the game. I don't have to expose myself. Don't have to take any damage. All right, then I like this position I get.
Oh, this area I don't like.
This big open hallway, but I find this little nook over here to kind of jump up on these pipes. And I've got the range to just start dropping things around these guys. Waiting for them to get closer because Amber's pulling them back. But I could have taken them even deeper. This freaking damage is pouring out. I hate when I summon my pets, they come immediately charging at me. Like, why do you have range to summon your pets? And they immediately race back to you before they've even fully animated, and you can't even do anything. And they're right back on you. Why did I have a range? They might as well just be a click. You just summon right adjacent to you. All right, done. Smoke them. I think Amber's going to pull him way back here. Yep. So he's using that TP recall ability there. Like TP to his allies. All right, dropping glue. Slow him down. The taunts got them distracted. Pets go out there to attack. Damn, look at this. Just damage just flying. Done. Okay, that was pretty much the strategy there. Down the rest of this hallway.
And they pissed.
think the only other problem we end up having is an ambush or something.
I think
I don't.
I think we've done this maybe the third time where we were sniping them.
This is a rough spot.
Shit.
Oh no! Now you freaking did it.
Oh, I'll pull the forward and down.
So now we're just pulling to the doorway. Could have sworn an ambush hits us in here. Yeah, there it is. So Amber's pulling from way deep in there.
Ambush.
And
Ambush.
then boom, there's our ambush call. So this is a big difference between early in these 801s trials and now is back then when we first started that ambush. What ambushes? You didn't know when, where, how. You know, here's another learned behavior where you know there's certain areas that ambushes are triggered or more likely to be triggered. So this is a perfect one. We're busy, you know, in that room behind us. You just saw Amber was diving deep to go pull stuff to this doorway here. We're just sitting here pulling things in and smoking them, and then all of a sudden you get ambush. There's a vial up there, I think. Kilowatts is back here, so we've been hanging back. Vial's probably been in the rear of everybody, so you've got ambushers coming in. He's calling it. Kilowatts is calling it, and we're turning to respond. Now, I like what I do here because of the team. I'm probably the only one who could stop this ambush in its tracks, or at least debuff the crap out of it so that it's nowhere near as dangerous as it could be. Because just having a straight up fight with these guys and then whatever the hell that Amber just pulled in would be a murder. So I'm like, what can I do? I wanna just obliterate this whole thing, not with damage, but you know, debuff control. So I pick, you know, my best arrow for that job, EMP. So you got to hold, you got to end drain. It provides a little buff. I think it's got minus damage or something like that. It's got some other debuffs in it. But anyway, it's a big old interrupter. So we need a few seconds to get our shit together while these guys are coming in here. EMP. Eat a purple. Throw glue on them. Some more purple just to make sure.
Ye shall receive.
Start punish him. Pyronics also got stun. Start dropping pain on him. Again, though, level 53s, so would have been way tougher if this had been a group of 54s that just came at us.
I'm just gonna dump everything on these idiots.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too much debuff for them to do anything about it. And boom, just like that. Ambush handled. Alright, so the rest of this is going to be... Just keep doing what we're doing. Pulling guys. Chewing them up.
Place to hide. Yeah, somebody-
And this is the first time on this map, though, we didn't literally have to retreat almost to the beginning. This was a rough... Normally it's rougher. Is that because we're just better at it? Or is it because 53s were easier? I don't know. Alright, so we get through that and get ourselves to the 54s. But before I go ahead and jump into that next mission, I think we should probably take a look at some more of the stats. Alright, because I'm about to queue up an 8017. So let's do this. Let's pull up our numbers and see where we left off. Alright, so we did our deaths. The other thing I want to take a look at is the damage taken, because here is exactly what I was talking about getting small. Look at the mission 3. I had really good position most of that mission. 0 deaths. and I took my lowest damage, even though it was 46 minutes. I mean, the rate 82 damage per minute. That's nothing, right? I mean, you could skin your knee and take more damage than that. So this was really perfect positioning that I was using. The team was really smart with our pulls on that one. A lot of patience. Had a couple team deaths, people just sticking their head out too far. But overall, excellent execution. We kicked ass on that one. If you start comparing it to what's coming up next, Mission 4, I take the most damage, but it's not the highest rate. The highest rate was actually the mission right before this one, where I think it was that Arachnos map or whatever, where it's just a lot more exposure on that map. So that's one of the lessons I'm taking away from this whole thing. Map geometry is super important in any of these missions. I think that's probably your hidden most important factor. I mean, you have a build, right? Your builds have to be good, but beyond that, it's the map layout and your awareness. Like if you have a great map layout but you don't know it, it doesn't help you. So good maps, favorable maps that is, and then that allow you to come up with strategy that you can then execute and keep safe. I think that's what you definitely saw with that last one. Mission 4 is going to be a little bit of a different story. We're going to be sitting there spending 54 minutes slugging it out, taking a lot of damage. But a lot of that damage is because it was such a long mission. And Mission 4 is going to be our pure EB mission. Taking a look at the correlation data here, though, we've got 0.79, so time versus damage in. Obviously, you take more damage the longer your mission goes. Wasn't great correlation, but it's pretty solid. Mission 1, right, we've got solid early pressure that you saw there. It wasn't anything catastrophic, but it wasn't safe mode, right? We had some mistakes made. And the Mission 2, that was the, early tier, a lot of pressure coming in, but we had a lot of just poor positioning. I think we had some aggro issues where stuff came at us from the side without being picked up fast enough. Mission 3, that was the big mission. I think that proves, the point here. She's able to support against, long missions, lots of foes. But if we just able to work into Hood's strengths, she can just sit there all day long and mitigate damage and deal damage. That's the other thing. Mission 4 is when we're going to have the big tier scale as we jump up to Mission 4. Long mission, slugs. We're going to be battling it out with these guys. Take a bunch of damage. It's going to be coming in. This is also the mission that you're going to see I take the most defeats. So I'm taking the most damage I've taken. Not the highest rate, but the most total damage and just the most total defeat. So there's definitely going to be some overwhelming pressure applied that's going to break past any of our defenses that we're trying to throw out there. And then Mission 5, it kind of switches gears again. It goes back to almost like a Mission 3, Mission 2 scenario, which is weird because Mission 5 should theoretically be tougher than Mission 4. It is all EBs like Mission 4 was, I think, if I recall. When we get there, we'll take a look, but it just wasn't anywhere near as hard as Mission 4 was. But that gets, I think, to the map that we ended up pulling from Mission 4 versus Mission 5. And overall, it looks like she's absorbing the punishment before the team is collapsing. In Mission 4 especially, she was under fire a lot. You're going to see that. And it wasn't that the team collapsed either. She was just in the mix, taking the heat, and sometimes she paid for it. When you correlate some of or derive some of the data between the resilience numbers as damage in per minute versus personal defeats versus allied defeats, there's not a strong correlation between resilience and the number of defeats. You can see those 4 missions over here, very few personal defeats. Even though my damage was going up and up, it didn't matter. I still was able to survive and not die. And then you got the big one there with 6 defeats. That was Mission 4 that's coming up next. It wasn't even my highest, resilience number. So, there's got to be something else going on besides just raw damage that you're taking. And then allied defeats, similarly, allied defeats are not super strongly correlated to my resilience. So it's not like I'm taking the beatings and their numbers are staying low. there's some flexibility here. But taking a look at the interpretations, punishment, that high damage rate in mission 2 shows she can survive the early pressure when mitigation, timing, and recovery are still working. And then you see mission 4 is very similar to that, but I had 6 defeats. So it's not just there was more damage coming in, it was unstable damage, burst damage, chain damage, re-entry isn't coming back around the corner, getting punched in the face without realizing it. Or, you res and then die, and then res and die, those types of things. The team is collapsing around you. I think that's what we're going to start seeing in Mission 4 there. In Overwatch, as ally defeats are going up, her incoming damage is climbing too. That kind of, goes without saying. So all that's essentially telling you is, hey, the team's getting in trouble. She's also getting in trouble at the same time. Maybe the fight controls breaking down. Enemies are just firing at everybody. Maybe I'm playing closer to solve problems, overrun, that kind of stuff. I think you're going to start seeing that more in Mission 4, especially. She's had to start to stick her face in there more in order to keep people alive. Or the ally, you saw this a couple times, when the ally drops, all of a sudden the enemy has a free lane to clear and start charging straight at you and blasting at you along the way. So I think that's definitely what's going on. And then take a look at your other defensive stuff. We got avoidance. This is your number of hits. You're going to see here again, we're going to have, if the first couple missions, if you look, it's like the highest hit rates. I think that's just the team is shaky out of the gate, right? 8.4 hits a minute, 4.9. We actually get much better positioning. I think this is what you're definitely seeing. Look at the mission 3, 4, and 5 rates. 2.5, 2.8, 1.7. It's like half, a third, a quarter of what we were taking. Number, or at least I was taking number of hits. So it's just the position got better. The pulling got smarter. All that stuff was clicking more. So I think missions 1 and 2 are more just sort of the charge in there, have a good time, and not really pay too much attention, freewheeling, that sort of thing. As things got tougher, we got just better at staying small and not getting lumped by the enemies. So taking a look at your avoidance correlation, targeting correlation, definitely as time goes up, you're taking more hits. And as you take more hits, you're going to take more damage. Those two statements are kind of no-brainer truths, and the numbers are backing that up. They're not perfect correlations, but they're pretty strong. Mission 1, though, that was the extreme contact rate, right? The highest, 8.4. And, I think it's just, again, we're just too loosey-goosey on that one. And then Mission 5 is going to be our best avoidance, the lowest hit rate on that one. That's going to be the cleanest run. So it'll be interesting to kind of compare those two. I think it's just the way the team was playing, because Mission 5 and 1 are definitely night and day as far as difficulty goes. But just we were able to avoid the silliness of that open office map. I think this one's a warehouse map, Mission 5. Anyway, so then trials get deeper. She's getting hit less. So positioning, reduced exposure. That's the name of the game. And my last defensive stat I want to point out is provision here. She doesn't have a lot of buffs. I mean, these numbers are pitiful. 7, 8, 20. This is really just what I have, Clarion or Ageless or whatever I was using. That's all these are. How many times I clicked that? That was my only buff I had for the team. And so it makes sense that as time goes on, I was clicking it. And so it's an exact 1-to-1 correlation. But this is a non-buff character, right? She is 100%, 99% debuffing, damage, attack. One single buff, and that's my incarnate destiny power. So numbers don't change, right? The rates are almost exactly the same mission to mission. That just makes sense because I'm, clicking it when it comes online. I'm not waiting to click it. Hey, it's up, I click it. It's up, I click it. All right, so there you go. Time locked provision. And what else we got here? The other thing this does show you is that Mission 4's collapse isn't because I wasn't buffing, right? While I wasn't clicking Clarion, I fell asleep or something like that. I was still damaging. I was still taking damage. It was just things got so rough during that mission that it didn't matter what I was doing. Bodies were dropping. I was dropping. So constant provision. And that's why I think this is an important statement right here. So what's changing is the battlefield. So the ally defeats, the pet damages, that's because the fights are getting hotter. Okay, we're going to take a look at pet damage a little bit later, but fights are just getting hotter. And the collapse is just not because the buffs are failing, it's just too much pressure, couldn't keep pace. And our last little bit of defensive stats would be warding, where we're looking at provision, these buffs versus ally defeats, as well as shielding, provision, pet resilience, using the pet's damage intake as a proxy for allies. And the amplification is provision buffs versus the foes defeated by my allies in total. So we take a look at these numbers. Again, because our provision is pretty much time locked, you're not going to see a big variation here. Ally defeats are going up or down regardless of how many buffs I was doing. So all is showing you is that, hey, the tougher missions, the deeper you go into this thing, more danger, more defeats. Easy peasy. Shielding, it lines up with that same idea that the deeper you go, the longer the mission, the harsher it gets. Everybody's taking more damage. Everybody's taking more pressure, including the pets. And then amplification, this also kind of locks into this too. So your buff output is going 1-to-1 with your mission time, and your team's kill output is also scaling with your mission time. So those two things just go hand in hand. She's supporting and people are killing stuff. So it's, again, not necessarily a cause-effect relationship. It's just showing you that, hey, she's doing a consistent job. What seems to be the big factor here in these three is just how long the missions were, how tough the missions were. Combined insights of all this defensive stuff. Here's the big thing. Hood, she's a tempo-based defender. And so when her positioning, disruption, this, her laying the arrows down, if that rhythm is just constant, she's going to be able to go long stretches unbroken. But when you get into these deeper tiers, we're about to see in Mission 4, the failure is not just sort of this gradual thing. It's also, there's just a tipping point, right? There's a cascade. She's going to take the punishment first from what you're going to see before the team does. The team's risk curve is pretty steady. It does go up, but it's not as bad as hers does. And then survivability, when you look at the numbers here, there's kind of like two different modes here. She's isn't fragile all the time. She's not safe all the time. She's got super clean runs like Mission 3, long time, no defeats. And then she's got another mission which is about the same amount of time, but she takes 6 defeats in that. So there's definitely whether or not she keeps up the control, the tempo, etc., as the difficulty is scaling. And the team is not collapsing at the same rate she is. Your allies' defeats are going with the mission duration, but it stabilizes even in those deeper missions, not like hers where she's kind of like collapsed. And the resilience, your punishment is the trigger. It's not the explanation for what's going on there. So the damage taken is ramping up further into the missions you go. Mission 4, big punishment spike. But that relationship, the damage versus personal defeats, there's only a moderate relationship there. So the big thing is this, that Hoods isn't dying because she's taking damage. She's dying when the pressure just gets too much. It's unrecoverable. There's a burst comes in, just takes her out with one shots. There's a control where she gets locked down and she can't do anything, and bam. Or the bad reentry, right? You come around a corner after resting, or whatever ambush shows up, something like that. Bad timing, bam. Or we just have a momentum loss. Somebody dies, then somebody else dies, and you're having to retreat and run back. That can lead to more and more damage taking. And your avoidance, fewer hits, but the hits she is taking really definitely matter. You see that in the later missions. So the hits per minute are actually getting better as we go deeper into the mission. So she's not getting sloppier as she goes, but the hits that are hitting her are huge damage. Whereas earlier you might have just been taking a bunch of hits from ticks of fire or caltrops or something like that. But when you get into Mission 4, you're getting hit. Provision flat across the ladder, so none of the collapses can be explained by buffs falling off. They're just the spike conditions, and the steady buffing just can't keep up with that. So, conclusion defensively, Hood isn't bleeding out slowly. She's holding the line until the tier of the mission it hits hard enough to just snap it, and she breaks. All right, let's go ahead and dive back into the video and take a look at mission 4. All right, let's do this mission 4. So here we go into the next one. I think we're 8017 if I recall. And we've got one thing I noticed right away. Check it out. Our good friend Amber, who's been tanking this whole time, has activated Granite. I don't think I've seen her in Granite this entire time. Now, I'm pretty sure this is I think Linnea is giving away something here because Granite, right, tier 9, this is like your Uber mode as a stone tanker. I think Linnea is anticipating trouble. So, this is kind of cluing me in that, okay, maybe things are going to get serious now because really we haven't had that much trouble. Yeah, they've had some deaths, but it hasn't been, oh my God, see your pants type of thing. So here we go. We're on tier 4. We're going to see EBs only. And our tank is wearing their tier 9 Granite armor. Let's see if this is warranted or not.
I kind of think here.
I'll pull them in here.
So we've got one of these not office, but like laboratory maps, the ones that are from like Praetorian stuff, I think. So let's see. A lot of nooks and crannies, which can work to your advantage. You got a lot of choke points, but also kind of got a lot of line of sight breaking, which makes it tough on us to see each other.
A hallway, if we want to use a double corner.
Something. Yeah, there it is. I like to kind of get them between the two doorways if needed.
Pop the stuff right there. I got line of sight between the two doors. Start dropping bombs on them.
Elite bosses only. Hardcore mode.
Now this is our longest mission and the deadliest for me. And I think it's going to be because of the map layout. So a lot of these nooks and crannies. All right, we got guys breaking containment through here. Just saw that Vile Warden took a huge shot. All right, so they just keep coming. The problem or the challenge here when you get to tier 4s that's different than the other previous ones is regardless of what level, 53, 54, 55, whatever, is it's EBs only. And it's the first time you're seeing this. And I don't know what the exact percent differences increase in hit points, for example, between, let's say, a boss versus an EB. But let's just say it's, I don't know, 50% more. Oh, that's probably a safe guess. So let's say your boss has, 2,000 hit points or something. Your EB is going to have 3,000. So you're going to need an extra 50% or whatever that is to defeat them time-wise. So if normally it takes you 60 seconds to bring down a boss, now, hey, you need 90 seconds for an EB. And so that's an extra 30 seconds, whatever, to bring them down. At the same time, they're damaging you. So you're taking, and not just 50% more damage, you're exposed for, let's say, 50% more time. And the damage is going to be more than that. Like this guy, he might do, I don't know, let's say 500 a big hit. This guy might do 2,000. It's not a one-to-one sort of thing. So you're being exposed to a lot more threats damage-wise than you otherwise would be. And the other thing, of course, I'm seeing is here, we're taking out 54s here for sure. So we're, the peak of difficulty at this point, right? We got this group of dudes, EBs, big group. You're spawning, I don't know, 12, 16 plus per spawn. And it takes you a lot longer to bring them down. You're exposed for a lot longer. You're going to take a lot more potential damage. And the other thing you have an issue is control time is also less, if effective at all, because I think it's what a standard boss is like a 4 mag in order to control them. EBs, I think, are 6 or 8. I forget. I think it's 8. Something like that. So, forget about just straight up holding them unless you're Dominator. I mean, Dominator's going to need a 2-shot hold to get this guy down. The controller's going to need 3 shots, probably with over control kicking off too. So really we have no control over these guys aside from the standard slows. And even KB, I don't think, is as effective at this point. You have to have enough mag to knock them down. So really slows. I think the minus recharge is going to help us here. So that's why a lot of the guys I am leaning on in these later DEFCONs, these 801s, I've got, and I typically do this anyway, but I just see more value in slows, minus recharge, that sort of stuff. Things that you wouldn't normally get much value in, let's say, standard content, because typically everything's dead before this would really even kick in. But I think if you can get some of that debuff built up like that, minus recharge especially, it's the hidden buff, the hidden support. All right, let's go. I'm disintegrating out like a freak. Caused me to use one of my greens. Now, remember what I talked about earlier about attrition? That we saw this in that very first mission I was mentioning that, these early deaths or these early big hits, they cost you attritionally. You have to sit there and spend a lot of your resources. So, here we are in the first group, and I'm already down 3 inspirations, right? You've got, what, 20? So I've already used 3 out of my 20. I know a lot of people kind of poo-poo inspirations. Like, I don't use inspirations. You don't need. I use them all the time. I mean, they're a valuable part of your toolkit as far as I'm concerned. So here I am, already spent a sixth of my my inspiration tray. Because what else do I have to help me? Right? I got a few things in my tray here that can help me, like EMP, Arrow, Clarion, my hybrid support. Really, that's it. I'm not able to do anything else. I think got a couple things I don't touch, like Frenzy, kind of like a cheesy power I wouldn't use. But anyway, I don't have anything else, so I don't have any heals. My armor is okay as far as some resistances go, but it's basically debuff or die.
All right, I'm gonna throw in some hot oil. Let them rub that in.
Rub the lotion. And check out my endurance. Every defender you see me play, I am just blowing through endurance. It's expensive being a defender. It is expensive being a defender.
Put the goddamn lotion in the basket.
Damn, I am running hot back here.
Just blew through my blue. Okay, again, that's another one of these undiscussed or secret problems, whatever you want to call it. I've discussed this many times though in build videos. Endurance, recovery. I'm always trying to consider these when I do my builds, especially if I'm playing a set that doesn't have any natural endurance recovery in it. This is huge, right? If I don't have endurance, I can't do anything. If my recovery sucks, I can't do anything. I just ran out of endurance. Now I got to retoggle all my stuff. As a defender, you're shooting, right? You're just firing away. I don't even have a toggle heavy build, but if I got a leadership package going, my recovery's going. So you need ways to mitigate this as a problem. Right now, this build doesn't have that sort of thing. I don't have any plus endurance types of things. So the longer these fights go, and they're going to go long because we got EBs. Remember, I just was talking about maybe it's 50%, extra time that we need to take down an EB. That's going to cost me on this side. I'm going to have to spend more endurance, rely more on my recovery to take down these EBs. And it's not one or two, it's the whole map. So I think this is a huge factor on these 801s at these tier 4 and higher is, do you have the stamina to keep firing away to bring these guys down? Because that's another thing, is your actual damage output's the same, but these guys are tougher. They'll have more resistance as a center, so you're doing less damage to them, and they have more hit points. So this is really a huge issue. Plus, your obviously your damage output, your ability to debuff to get more damage, to get more hits. So minus resistance, minus defense. Those things have become super critical. And I think that's, if you're trying to build a perfect 801 team, I think you definitely got to start factoring this in as the support person. Are you bringing damage? Are you debuffing so there's more damage, more hits? Are you able to endurance, manage that recovery to keep yourself going? Are you able to just keep throwing blasts and debuffs and buffing your allies? Because it's going to get harder, and the stuff that was good enough in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is not going to be good enough in tier 4.
I'm pumping so many arrows, I ran out of blue. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Here, I have some more.
So let's keep hammering away. And this is only the first group, right? So take the time that this fight is taking us and multiply that by whatever number of spawns is on the map. That's another thing I think is important. If you're looking at your 801 team, everybody on the team needs to be able to contribute, I think, that debuff. Minus resistance. Now we're hitting harder. Minus defense. Now we're hitting more often. Minus max HP. Like degenerative interface. That'll be not as much hits in order to take the guy down. I think if you bring this to your team, super important. That'll make the missions go faster. On the flip side, you got minus to hit,
How many times we got a hit
minus recharge,
or a mob is
minus
down?
damage. These are going to mitigate your incoming.
I feel like I just pumped about 50.
So if you have debuffs for this and debuffs for the maximizing your damage, that's what you want to be able to do.
Yeah. If you track.
So, when you're making a build and you want to run 801s, I think you need to look at those things regardless of what AT you're playing.
In the time.
Because you can have massive damage, massive recharge, a whole bunch of hit points, and that's great. But are you doing anything to make the mission faster, the enemies easier to take out? How long did that first fight take? Let me back this up. Kind of get an idea. I don't think I've ever really looked at it this way. So if we go back to, let's see this mission. Back. All right, so here we go. We come in, and Amber goes fetching. It is 203.54. So now we start fighting. 203.54. See how long it takes till we get this group cleared. Right about here, I guess. Yeah, looks like it right about in here. So it's 207.24. So 203.54. So call that 204 to 207. So about a 3-minute fight. So 3 minutes per spawn. That's a lot of time. All right, so now here we go. We're bringing in another group, it looks like. Pulling them to the same doorway. Let's get our start time of this one here.
Activations as well.
Yeah. Like you watch the video and say, all right,
So it is around 2:08 when this fight starts.
from this minute to that minute.
Right, and you can break it down activations as well.
Yeah.
So Violet and I are just hanging back here, dropping stuff in the Oh wait, I guess that wasn't the start of the fight. Where's the start of the fight? Okay, here comes, I guess, the start of the fight. 2:08:30. That was just a couple guys we just took out. So 2:08:30.
Oh, my fucking pet.
Here they
A whole
come.
bunch of dudes. Now those guys all got in there. They're stuck.
Trapped in there.
Yeah, those guys should not have dove in there like that. Alright, so 2:08:30. Let's see what happens. Is this going to take us another 3 minutes or not? Run, 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 ready.
Run.
So I think I was thinking a even better defender than this one would have been TA with Ice, because I think Ice you got 2-patch attacks. Oh, there goes Delete Boss, Ice Storm, and Blizzard. So you have Rain and Fire, yeah, but if you had Ice Storm and Blizzard, that'd be nice to pair with your patchy arrows. Give like 6 patches or something like that. All right, so where the hell is Delete Boss? He's like in there, I think. Just yeah, or he's right there. All right, yeah. See this? Okay, guys, melee guys. Again, here's the challenge. Here's the problem. This is my line of sight window, right here. If you are anywhere outside of this window, I can't see you. I can't do anything. Now, I don't have buffs directly anyway, but I don't even know what's happening to you, right? As far as I can see, hey, Delete Boss is fine. I don't need to change my tactics, right? I don't need to start dumping, protective things there. I'm just gonna keep throwing offense in here. But maybe if if I can see, oh shit, that guy's really in big trouble, I might change my arrow choice, my tactics a little bit to attempt to pull some aggro or to at least lock somebody down or something like that. So Delete's gone in there deep. And I think, again, a strategy change. I really think we should have stuck with letting them come to this doorway. Maybe you park some melee on this side. Park a melee on this side of the door. Scrapper, stalker, flanking. Put your tank in the middle, let's say. Kind of sticking out here. Here's your tank. Now, we've got a nice little, wall here. Guys coming after the tank. Your 2 scrappy stalker people just pounding on the flanks. And then you got your blaster defenders unloading up the gut here. And we could dip around the corner if things get too hot for us. And everybody has at least a way out. If you're deep in that room like they are right now, where are you going to go? All the bodies are blocking you. Bam, Delete's down. I didn't even see what happened. He got like 2 shot.
That's it. I'm pumping more in there. Here it comes.
Delete got out of there. I really think it's a good idea for your blaster to probably have the recall powers. Because as defender, I usually don't have time to sit here and teleport people out. It's res you or whatever. Because I'm concentrated, right? I'm just keep firing. I'm keeping guys alive. I don't have time to res people. So, but a blaster, if you're kind of hanging back, playing range like Viola's, you got this the recall, maybe a temp res power, probably a good idea. Or your Dominator might be able to do something like that too. And your tank shouldn't be doing that. They have to stay where they're fighting. Defender's busy. My controller's same idea. I'd be busy buffing, supporting, controlling. So whoever that fifth person is. All right, so fight's over. What did I say? 208 we started. So yeah, 208 and 30, it's 211. So 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes there. So it seems like each fight's taken us upwards of 3 minutes. Right? Maybe there's 20 spawns on the map. Right? That's an hour's worth of just, and then it's not even like an hour's worth of just kind of wandering around the map and looking for stuff. Like an hour of just fighting. You know, you're notice for those entire 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, I was just clicking, dropping powers. So it also makes it challenging because mentally speaking, you know, you got to stay focused on what you're trying to do here. All right, so we clear that, and we're going to move into the room here. And it looks like we're going to do the same tactics, right? We're going to pull them to the doorway again. I mean, freaking, I'm dead within a second. Let me back up and see what the hell's happening. So, this was the room we were just... Okay, this is the entrance right here to the whole thing right there. So we're going in a little bit deeper into that room, and we're tank pulling out. Okay, there's Amber. Amber's got the aggro. All of us came out to the hallway. All right, start throwing some debuff. Hoo, no big deal. I got this. 2 shots, done. I took 480 something and then 1,000 something. I don't know, my hit points are like around 1,200, 1,100, something like that. I think defenders are around 1,000-ish at 50. So bam, you're dead. I mean, I didn't even do anything. Right? It just started laying debuffs down and you're done. And, you know, Amber had taunted, pulled guys in, I believe. Yeah, see, I should have gotten myself smaller. Should have been back in the main room again.
What the was that? Oh, that was not right. I'm getting up. That was not right.
That guys just slipped in. Yeah, I should have stayed back here. I don't know if it would have necessarily saved me, but...
All right, boom.
Just dumping damage in there.
Yeah, kill shot.
Hitting them kill shots.
Stats.
I think we've just about cleared that room finally. Although, look at this. This is why you want to have some perception. You can see them over there. Look at all these guys. Hidden little gems. Zoom in on this, you can see it. If you take a look over here, you can just start making out. There's a whole group of guys over here. All but one are pretty much just stealthy. So you can see this guy here, but there's 1, 2, I think there might be a third guy there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 guys sitting here. Pretty much invisible. Can't see them, right? They're there, but you barely can see. So you gotta have some sort of perception because they have a lot of just
Invisible crew over there.
cloaking abilities.
Could be about a dozen of
Last of them. Might be a good group to get sort of a complete time on. All right, so we pull them in, and it is 2:14. So let's see how long it takes to take out this, I don't know, 8 guys here. Right about there, 2:14, 2:15, and some change. So about a minute and a half to get all those guys dead. And that was, I don't know, like 8 guys or something like that. It's another freaking crazy hallway.
looks.
Look at these guys.
Is this a pull or die or no? Nope.
Take him right there.
So Amber's having to do more just stand and tanking because we don't have a lot of areas to kind of pull back to. Much shorter runways here. Map's a lot tighter.
Oh, some bitch, dude. Get off me with that
Yeah, those nukes
That's close.
just about one shot at me.
Got knocked over.
Another pull to the doorway. It looks like Amber has Darkest Night as well. This is a great setup. Look at the damage I'm able to stack on that doorway. So here we go. I can stick around a corner. I can be small over here. All right, I've got just about 100% line of sight blocking, but I'm able to drop stuff around the corner on these targets and stay out of line of sight of them hitting me back. Notice every time I do peek out, they're trying to frickin' murder me. I think I got a barrier up though, so defense is pretty high.
Yeah, I don't like the way this is shaping up.
Now we're pouring on the pain, but they're still just taking it. But again, we only have level 53 guys here, but they're still pushing past. So, you know, if you picture this as 54s, they're not going to be going down this fast, even though these guys aren't going down fast
What the fuck? I hate
at
that
all.
effing battle axe crap that they throw.
Dude, I freaking rage here. Check this shit out. Wow. All right, so we got them set up. We're dropping the pain. They're level 53s. They're going down kind of fast, but not that fast. If these are 54s, it'd be even worse. And then this happens, where again, here's I think it's gonna be like my second death here. Okay, so we don't have aggro control on a new group that showed up. It looks like. Again, does Amber see these guys coming? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And
So
there's nothing I can do.
out here in the hallway.
They're coming after me because I'm laying all this freaking debuff and pain on them. There, it's like a patrol. Bam.
Frick. What the
I mean, a freaking like battle axe attack.
out here in the hallway?
I think I hit twice. So I pan around looking for ambush. Shot 1, 520. Shot 2, 588. So like 1100 damage. Done. No chance.
What the fuck? I hate that effing battle axe crap that they throw from a mile away. It's bullshit.
And then Vile Maiden drops. I don't know where Vile Maiden's even hiding.
The frick? What the fuck? I hate
Oh.
effing battle axe crap that they throw from a mile away. It's bullshit.
Yeah, not cool. Look at these guys. They're just pushing. I think it was a patrol or something came through. I don't know where Vile died. They're behind me or to the left somewhere. I'm getting hit again. Somebody's got some gravity stuff. Again, here comes the attrition on their part. This guy, Sneaky Pete, comes around and just executes you. I wasn't back at full health. I'm trying to stay in the fight.
Oh, come on. Sneaky Pete poked around the corner and shot me. All right.
Attrition, right? I'm blowing through inspirations now. I'm now using my second res.
Let me do this.
Delete boss is down.
I was trying to get to him, man. It's so fucking slow.
There's too many guys. Look at they're all back deep. This must have been a second group. There's just no way. A whole other bunch of guys sitting here in the doorway. And they're just shooting through. They're uncontained. We don't have aggro control on them at all. They're just pumping away.
Aggro inside the door that is not controlled.
Yeah, that rad's targeted.
I said these long fights cost you.
Let's end this charade. One of those. One of those.
One of those. Hit him.
Hit him with
Yep.
this.
Bam.
Hit him with
Bam.
that. And then one of these. And then take some of that. And then eat some of that.
Boom. There you go.
There we go.
Around, you need a Mac throw. Good thing for Magic Quiver.
There, like that was just ended that combat.
No, stop that bullshit.
So here's where you'd want to have an extra tank. Someone with aggro control that can taunt that stuff off. Because I think Amber is probably near his cap. You got these other guys who are coming through. Your Stalker's not taunting anything. I don't think Scrapper's got provoked.
Yeah.
I like this. So we're going to pull up the stairs here. I've got a nice angle here. So I've had like 3 deaths. There's really not much I could have done. It was essentially one-shotted, two-shotted from range. Problem is we're not picking up the aggro like we were before. We're getting overrun more easily now. But here we go. We got a great position. So I can, drop my little party favors here around the corner while I'm able to keep my camera. So I'm panning my camera. I'm zoomed out so I can see around this corner. That's one nice thing about this game, kind of cheaty thing about this game, is that ability to manipulate your camera to get the angles you need. If you were just zoomed all the way in, first person, you'd never be able to do 90% of the stuff you're able to do in the game. Okay, dropping this around. Amber is backing up to safe position. I'm just dropping stuff here. Try to slow them down, get some pain going. And attrition. Who can wear the other side down first?
Got a sneaky Pete got through.
Yeah, that's nice. He just TP'd that guy. That was something that Lenny was mentioning, that he was surprised he was able to fold space and bring guys in. And he thought it had to do with some of my arrows, because some of the arrows do have like a debuff, resistance debuff or something like that. Like, I really can't play out in the open. This is one big advantage Trick Arrow has over my other support sets, is this ability to do stuff around a corner. None of my other guys really had this amount of things. Like, I've got, what, 5 things I can do that drop around a corner right here. And when you watch Project Exeter's video, he's got 8 things. So I've got the ability to take all of these things and just drop them. And I don't have to ever, get in line of sight. Because every time you see me pop my head out to use my other direct attacks that I have down here, I get hit and can take lethal amounts of damage. Another point I'll make is that, I do use my inspirations a lot. And because the kill speed has taken much more time, or it's a lot slower, I'm not getting the inspiration drops like you would have earlier. So I'm using them more, and I'm getting them less frequently. So if I were to do something like this again, I'd probably want to kick it up to +5s as your baseline. But I'm thinking about making it a 6-person team, because if you had one more body, like somebody who was buffing, let's say in this example, then this would be much more, I don't want to say fun, but doable with this guy, this girl. Give me somebody who give me some heals, some endurance, whatever.
Start calling you Tommy.
Might have sniped one.
I think Viles accidentally shoots somebody, apparently.
That's the problem.
Might have been targeting through me.
Might have sniped one.
No, not again. Start calling you Tommy.
Fucking Sawgrass. All right, next, moving forward. Oh yeah, this one. This fight reminds me of something like out of Star Wars, like shooting down the corridors like the Death Star or something like that, or like what was it when Vader gets onto that rebel ship there, like in Rogue One type of fight. Not the movie, but that scene there. All right, so Amber's down there pulling guys out of a side room, coming back down this hallway, long hallway. I'm back here behind the blast doors waiting.
Let's give them the slow crawl.
Yeah, I should have gone there first.
Here we go. Oil. Dispersion. Rain of fire. Glue. Throw in the big nukes. I'm starting to slam. Like, look at that. I'm like, yeah, fire, fire, fire. But here's my mistake, right? Look how long I spent out in the open. I should have hung back. But I was like, no, let me keep pumping stuff in here.
Come on. That's bullshit. Freaking glue.
4th defeat. They're still trying to kill me. So yeah, see, we should have been more patient and waited for them to get a little bit deeper. We attacked too soon. I think if we had just box them here at this door. Let them get to about there and then start opening up in this area. I've got some cover here that I'm using. Violet could have cover over here, right? So we've got a couple people here and where I am shooting. And just lay down some pain. You could probably have your tank or something like that over, I think, on this side of the doorway. Kind of keeping out of sight, pulling stuff in. Have your other melees, or maybe your tank's over here, pulling stuff in. Does somebody, I think over here would probably be better. This way now they have to come out of their little hidey hole there and come around like this. And then you got maybe your other melee guys hanging back here. They can then engage and start pounding on these guys. Meanwhile, we're just blasting away. But we moved up too far, at least I did. I'm up here trying to shoot these guys, and they're just shooting me back. I got no cover there. And within a second, I get murdered. So yeah, it's like you just don't need cover. I forgot my armor. And I'm going to hug this left wall. Taking hits again. Okay, attrition mode. I'm spending more of my resources.
Oh, they're pissed again.
Look at that.
No.
There goes my last green.
I'm not having that.
Debuff some more.
Not having it.
See, they're just using suppressing fire, keep me back, so I can't use my debuffs. By the way, I got so much damage out of these procs. And oil slick arrow was outrageous. Bam, bam. We'll take a look at some of the damage numbers in a minute. More, just banging away. Oh, they're
Whoa,
shoot-
whoa, whoa. Oh, come on,
right
dude.
there. What's that?
They're so pissed.
It's like number 5, I think. All of my deaths were like instantaneous. It wasn't like I got whittled down. It's like pow pow, you're dead. I mean, how many? What was that? Like a 2-shot. I'm like full health. Right there, get dinged. 844 and 6. Here's the problem. I don't know if you guys see this, but now watch how the delay between when I get shot and the damage I take. There's the hit. I just got hit. You can see me. I'm hit. All right. So you're hit. You can see the effect on me. But you don't see any damage. Damage is there. It's about a good second later. I suddenly take a huge 844 hit. You can see my health is crashing. Here's the 844. I see it on this bar. I see it over here. Massive. What the hell just hit me? Because I didn't notice the initial hit. So like a second later, you get the damage registers. And then also you're backing up. Oh, shit. And before that first one really registers, you're shot again and you're dead. Right, here it comes. Hit. Damage. Back up. Damage. There's nothing you can do. Unless you're sitting here staring at the icons underneath your health bar. You have no idea that you actually hit the first time because of the lag and the damage. You know, maybe if I had an extra second, I could have dipped back behind here before he shot me again. But he double tapped me. It was game over.
Oh, come on, dude. They are so pissed.
And they're just tagging me because I'm just throwing so much debuff.
All right, I got a res though, so
Again, here I go. I'm using another.
that was just mean of them.
Spending more of my money or more of my resources.
For extra hits,
Now they're breaking containment.
they make me pay for it.
Nobody can take it.
All right. Uh-oh. Come on, Clarion. There we. Yeah.
Delete boss is down. Start throwing some more debuff again. So I'm not waiting to be full health. I mean, I gotta stop this This wave just keeps coming. All right, let's retoggle. So it's risky to do this, but otherwise, if I sat there and took 20 seconds to step back, rest, whatever, now my team gets overrun.
Engines.
Ow. Didn't help me any.
Elite boss is down again. I don't think I counted that one against him. There's like what 4 times he died within that I didn't count just because it was instantaneous by the time he got back up. And animated, he was dead again. He's getting up. He's backing out. And he's dead. So I didn't count that against him.
Oh, dude.
Now we're down to more single targets, so I'm trying to use my single target debuffs and controls.
I got 2 medium greens.
Oh, here you go, man. I got a bunch.
I think we finally staunched the bleeding.
But what is time?
Temporal vomit.
Moved over to the other side of the door, pulling more of the guys through. And we might have cleared that room. There we go. So our strategy was that, right? We kind of waited out in the hall by the doors. Tanks pulling the room out to the doorway, to the hall, and we just start banging on them. Watch this crap. Okay, so we're pulling down the hallway. And I didn't even do anything. Look at that. That freaking.
How the frick is that thing hitting me?
Wasted.
I mean, that's ridiculous. The range on this battle axe attack.
Worse than quills.
The range on their attacks is outrageous.
Damn it again. No, that's not right. That is not right. I'll throw some pets in there.
That's the problem is as new things show up.
Guys, attack. Don't fucking come back here.
Yeah, these gangs are stupid.
These guys are stupid.
I got nothing at this point. So I was going to say, as new mobs become visible, so they're overrunning, right? Become visible.
We got some squeakers.
Look at that.
We got squeakers. Leave me alone.
I'm trying to stay in there.
Backing up. We got squeakers coming through. Might retreat to this back door here.
As new guys show up, you don't have the taunt on them, so they appear and they just start blasting you. Elite's getting pounded. I mean, he's pretty much like me. I don't know how many hit points he's got, but he's just getting a couple hits and he's down to nothing. There he goes. He's dead. He's trying to hold the back line, and he just can't. There's too many guys that bled through at this point. And now we've got two different clusters of enemies, so you can't focus your debuffs on one group of them. I think we needed to pull back here sooner.
Ah, shit. Thank you.
Oh, right there. Delete goes down again. Nothing he could have done. I didn't count that one against him. But the numbers of deaths that you saw me record and actually count, I think 7 allied defeats. There's probably an extra 4 that I don't count.
Space on top of it.
So keep pumping in there until they stop moving.
And they notice level 53s. If this was 54s, I don't know. I don't know if you survive this. And then again, for their 55s, I don't think you survive at all.
Debuff the jump. I know why I make the old space. TA's special debuff. It's because their resistance isn't half.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Is making that possible.
I got the minus specials and shit.
Okay, clearing that group finally. Now we're going to do this thing again. Pull them from the room into the hallway.
They're going to be making a long, slow crawl.
I haven't already pulled something.
It's getting tons of damage from oil slick on fire.
But
Another room. They're like right at the door, I think. Let's see this. He opens the door. I think we're attacking him through the door. Yeah, check it out. No place for us to take cover. I don't like this angle. So this is the difference you're noticing here in this later missions. We're much more kind of patient. You know, right? Open a door, bring the guy in, shoot. The people come through the door. Where the first couple missions was more just kind of pushing in. We didn't have as much ability to take cover either. Amber's taking a lumping.
No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Dude, come on. I was fucking in the corner. That's bullshit.
Ambush.
Oh, shit.
Okay. So as soon as I summon my pets, I'm like, all right, I'm getting back in this fight. And I thought it was the guys down there shoot me, but instead, no, it's the guys coming from behind me.
I was fucking in the corner. That's bullshit.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Ambush, ambush, ambush.
Vile goes down like right after me. Let's watch this. Blam, I'm down.
Come on. I was fucking in the corner.
Vile's about to get murdered.
Oh, shit. Ambush, ambush, ambush.
Vile goes down.
They've stopped?
Yeah, I don't know why they stopped.
Now they're back. Fuck. I'm getting up. F this.
Yeah, it's just like right here, because we were, you know, if you got 4 people dead at the same time, it's game over. So at this point, 3 of us are down. Kilowatts is taking damage. I'm like, I got to get up, even though this is the worst place to get up at.
Forgot I changed to push to talk. I was hollering ambush before. I was like, oh man.
I'm backing out. I can TP you guys. Find a place that's safe-ish. This looks good right here. Fuck it.
Thank you, thank you.
ATT if you guys need it. Or no.
Oh,
All right. I'll
okay.
cancel. Looks like you guys are back on your feet.
I got overload going. Could be good.
I was wondering how the hell the guy shot me through the freaking corner. It was the guys behind me.
Okay, retreat to another defensible position. I mean, you find yourself having to do this a lot in these 801s.
That's just not right when they do that.
Yeah, looking at this in hindsight, I don't think we would have gotten as far as we did if these guys are all just 54s. Because we're taking some huge hits and it's just like 53s a lot of times. If those are 54s, the incoming damage would have been higher. I mean, our best chances are when we're just doing this. Their enemies are caught in these narrow hallways, tight doorways, and we're able to drop pain right in that area.
Yeah, where were we?
Back to this. I think the rest of this mission pretty much goes like this. The file just died there or not. Wow. I don't know how he didn't die there.
Has Vile even died yet?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I went down twice, 3 times.
All right. Haven't noticed.
You'll see in your little video.
Yes, he just died right before this.
Yeah, that thing usually don't die because it's usually so far out, but I guess inside it's can't get that far.
One was an ambush, and it popped right on top of me. That last one there, and then yeah, a couple of them I just got caught.
Yeah, a lot of my stuff just
I'd like to
AoEs.
play traps on one of these because I think loading these doorways up with your traps would be perfect.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I just
Yeah,
say yes
11.
for it.
A lot.
I'm just scoring so much damage here.
Is there anything in that arrow set that is minus range?
Just the minus perception from flash arrow. It'd be nice if that had minus range too, but
Well, that might be. I mean,
mean-
I know stealth suppresses, but I'm pretty far out, so they're not really seeing me a whole lot.
yeah, I think they're definitely flash, just like
Back out the door, I can pull them to worms.
I think that's one of those standing behind the tank hits. I don't think they're actually targeting me. It's hard to say because I'm just looking at the damage I just took and the icons of the attacks that hit me. Those look like cone attacks to me, so I think that's what happened. And this is where you got the problem. If, here's your tank standing here, but if they're attacking him with cone attacks, then anybody, standing behind this tank is going to get wailed. And I think that's what you're seeing happening here. So I don't think they're actually trying to shoot and kill me. They're just hitting me because I was behind the tank. Standing behind the tank's the worst. There goes Vile. He just gets freaking massacred. I think he's getting the same problem I am. He's just taking the punishment through the door.
Looky there.
yeah, just as I was asking.
Dang. This is not good.
I either need a large green or a medium break free.
Oh man. I had a res.
Or that, thank you.
That was risky for Amber to leave the plug there. I think we got time. We just finished this. There it is. So we make it through, and then we decide, hey, let's go ahead and push one more mission. Mission 5, the furthest any team's gotten. But I think in hindsight, if we were just all against 54s, we would not have gotten through that mission. There was just so many, I don't know, not necessarily close calls. There was only one time where I think 3 of us were dead at once. But I think there would have been a lot more, at least 3 people down at once. Because, myself, Delete Boss, and Vile were easy kills for the enemy if they got hold of us. Kilowatts and Amber were a bit tougher, of course. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at some of our stats on the offensive side, because I think that's where really Red Riding Hood freaking shines, is when you look at those numbers. So let me pull those up. Lethality and such. Swap over to that. All right, so here is the offensive stats. So foe defeats, lethality. I mean, these numbers are just like cranking hot compared to my other tests so far. I mean, I'm sitting here 8.5 bodies a minute, 9 1/3, 4. It does drop off in missions 4 and 5, but that's when we're sitting here taking on the EBs only. So we're down to like half, a third of what we were getting. But overall, I mean, 5 1/3 bodies a minute. I mean, that's just crazy. And I'm sitting here hundreds, over 200 in that mission 3. Mission 3 is like the perfect mission. No deaths, very low incoming damage per minute. I've got lots of bodies I'm dropping per minute. So just a phenomenal offensive performance. Lethality, take a look at the correlation data. It's pretty strong as time goes on. Definitely drop more bodies. Not perfect, but it's pretty close. But check out this kill share data. This is just crazy. Yellow is Red Riding Hood's numbers. So check this out. I mean, look at the percentage wise, right? You're on average, if everything's equal, right? You're expecting 20% output, 1/5 of the team. But I was crushing that once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. There was only one mission where I kind of did average, but even that was like 30 some percent. So she was just dropping bodies way more than the rest of the team. You got Here's your blaster, blue, right? Double the blaster, 50% more than a blaster, and about a third more than the blaster, very close to the blaster, tied with the blaster. So, I'm outperforming the blaster 3 out of 5 of the missions, tied on the fourth one. Only one did I lose, and even then, that wasn't that bad. The melee guys were not, and I don't want to put this in like a negative light. They just weren't dropping bodies. I think our tank is the pink one up here, which actually this is probably a very good performance for a tank from what I've seen. But our stalker and scrapper weren't dropping a lot of bodies. Doesn't mean they weren't doing anything. They just weren't getting the kill shots. They might have been doing a lot of spike damage on targets that were then getting dropped by the AOE's that we were landing with myself and Vile. But yeah, it's just crazy the body dropping. So yeah, I kind of get to the point of this thing is the last thing I want to say here is that you look at Red Riding Hood, she's not just doing support. I mean, she's finishing. Kill share substantial, even as the tiers are getting tougher, enemies are getting tougher. The kill speed does drop by missions 3 and 4 when the pressure's getting higher, but I think it's just because there was just more EBs. You didn't see me not putting out damage. It was just because the EBs were taking more hits, and that's where this other stat goes. Because if you take a look at oh, here it is, threat, my damage output. Check out this freaking damage output. It's insane. Over a million, 1.151 million damage. I know I was looking at compared it to Vile. Vile had 900k or so. Now the time that Vile was recording was like 20 minutes shorter than mine. So let's just say roughly say we were pretty much even. So I'm putting out blaster amounts of damage. I'm putting out blaster amounts, if not higher, kills. So really we had 2 blasters back there just going sick. And that was really what kept us in it. Because, our melee guys weren't dropping bodies. They were kind of holding the line, soaking some aggro, leaving us free to do the damage. But it was just the DPS that we were putting out in the back row that was keeping this fight going. So it's just huge amounts of damage. That mission 4 that I just was showing you, that was almost half my damage. About a third of the damage, 40%, let's say, is sitting right here in that one mission. 54 minutes. The rate is over 8,000 a minute. That's crazy amounts of damage that you're just dropping and dropping. The average was over 6,000. So correlation very strong. Time goes on, damage is going out. Of course, that's kind of easy to understand that. But the big thing is this, that, even as things are getting harder, DPM's not dropping, right? It's actually going up. That's the crazy thing that I was noticing about this. Like, mission 1, 4,000, mission 2, 56, mission 3, 54. Then when it really gets tough, 8,500, 77, 7,800. So I'm putting out tons of damage, even though it's getting harder and harder and more dangerous for me. So she is just ramping up. I think it's the first time that I've seen that, or at least seen it to that extreme where the offensive output is getting more and more. So she's just like, F it, you want to go, and just cranking damage. This is just insane. You put that into potency and engagement. This is where you've got your damage output versus foe defeats, damage output versus hits taken. So, it's my output damage, scoring, kills. The correlation is not super high in that. So obviously that's telling you that the damage isn't always lethal, right? Obviously, right? I'm throwing out damage. Who gets the kill shot is, who's getting the foe defeat. So that could be where, your blaster kills steals or your scrap or something like that. So it's not a one-to-one correlation by any means. Engagement's higher. So as I'm doing more damage, I'm taking more hits. So that just is translated into, hey, the fight's getting heavier. I'm just firing. So the more I'm exposed, the more productive I am. So even though I was ducking around a corner a lot, I had the ability to reach around the corners and drop pain on people. And so you definitely see that, as pressure's going up, she's ramping up as well. Not just hiding in the back, staying safe. Then we got, take a look at the controls, another important stat here. We've got a lot of control was coming from the knockdowns from Oil Slick, as well as the immobilizes that I was throwing out for my interface and such. So I've seen higher control numbers, but these are pretty solid. My rates of control 20, 30, 40, not the best ever, but definitely increasing as time goes by. So as the missions are going longer, I'm throwing out more controls. And the biggest peak again is at mission 4. Mission 4, maximum suppression, maximum damage. My body count did drop. I was getting killed more often, right? The team was taking more damage. So mission 4 was like the mission that really tested this build. And I think she responded offensively tremendously. So you saw that mission 4, she's still scaling the control aggressively, and the collapse is happening even though her controls are flying, even though she's buffing, even though she's putting out damage. It just wasn't enough to hold back some of those waves, and it really wasn't even waves. It was just these stray one shots from through 2 doorways. You're getting punked, or when the ambush came around the corner. There really wasn't much at all where I was just surrounded by guys and had nothing I could do. It was I'm standing there firing away and also just blam blam and I'm down. All right, then we'll take a look at blunting and correlation, where we're taking a look at the correlations between those disruption rate, the amount of controls per minute, and damage intake, resilience, and team defeats. So as I'm controlling more, my resilience, the damage I'm taking is going up. I think that's just because fights are happening, so I'm doing both control, attacking, and I'm being hit. And then does there appear to be any correlation between my disruption rate and total team defeats? Yeah, it's pretty, tied in. So as I'm doing more controlling, there's more enemies defeat or more teammates being defeated and myself being defeated. It's not because the controls are causing it. It's because it's reactive. It's responding to the incoming fire. So I think that's what we're seeing here. So you're blunting, right? That's what we're talking about here. We're not causing more damage myself. It's just showing you that more disruption as I'm taking more punishment. Same thing. The team starts bleeding defeats. I'm disrupting more. I'm firing more. I'm pumping out everything I can to stem the tide here. Escalation, when that happens, the control is the brake. You're trying to slow it down. You're trying to stop it. So really the control is a great heat gauge. The more you see me trying to disrupt things, the more the run is in crisis and stuff is going wrong. All right, then we take a look at these control numbers and the offensive contributions here. So debilitation, devastation, control numbers versus damage output, control numbers versus foe defeats. You'll see that, yeah, as controls are going up, my damage is going up because they're kind of one and the same. It's almost controller-like where my controls are my damage. My controls, my debuffs, my patches, they were doing controlling. I also had them setting up my big hits, and they had a lot of damage proccing potential as well. So you're definitely seeing one-to-one correlation there. The control versus foe defeats is not very good. It's only 0.59. So just because my control number is going up doesn't mean I'm scoring defeats. It's the same thing you saw with my damage output. Even though that was going up, I wasn't necessarily getting defeats out of it. Defeats are not directly correlating to anything your character's doing. It's very random who gets the final kill shot. This could be lucky blow from somebody else, or somebody drops a big old nuke as you're softening everybody up, or you nuke and everybody's softened up and then somebody else follows in with caltrops or something like that and everybody dies, or damage procs fire, who knows. But anyway, everything is kind of going together, control and damage. It just means that she doesn't have to choose between if she's going to control or throw out some DPS, which in some controller cases that is the case. Or in the case of, let's say you're playing a more buff style where you need to stop throwing out DPS because you have to throw shields or heals on people, and then you're also going to lose out perhaps in some of your disruption, or maybe you're still getting the knockdowns but you're dropping your overall damage because you're doing something else. That's not the case with this build. She's throwing arrows, she's throwing fire, they're going hand in hand with each other. And then you're seeing that the control is responding with this pressure, but it's not directly getting the defeats. And I think you just saw that because those upper tiers, Mission 4 especially there, you're throwing out control just to kind of keep things back, but it's not killing, right? The enemies would take much longer to drop. So your kill conversion's a lot lower. And then your efficiency numbers, where you're taking a look at characters, output versus input. These numbers, again, are pretty crazy. Check out Mission 3. That's sort of that perfect mission again. 63 ratio. I don't think I've ever seen anybody close to that level. So 63 times more damage out than damage in. That was the mission in those tunnels, those underground tunnels, where I was able to drop all those bombs around a corner, getting lots of damage output, and able to hide and keep safe and not take a lot of damage input. It was crazy. You just saw, even as mission 4 and 5 get tougher, I'm still, my ratio of out to in is 20-30. That's what, 2 times what I had in those early missions, which were the easiest ones. So I like the fact that she ramps up everything as the heat is on. Just crazy offensive output. She's way more offensive than defensive. Defensive, she did pretty good, but offense is where it was at. So her best runs, mission 3, mission 4 there, that was just absurd numbers. And even though some of those missions got lethal there, where she just dropped 6 times in that mission, she kept outputting the damage. As long as she had the health, the hit points standing there, she was able to fire away. So if you combine all this together, you can see that she is this engagement-driven pressure engine. So as the missions, the tiers got deeper, she goes from fast kill conversion to just high output attrition. Just keeps firing things downrange. Damage is ramping up. Control is ramping up. Just keeping the run moving. Durability became a little bit questionable there in mission 4 at least, and a little bit of instability. The team just wasn't able to turn her output into defeats, and it wasn't necessarily her fault. I don't know if this is really anybody's fault. We didn't have you just need a little bit more AoE, I think, was the problem. I think we had 3 melee guys that were more single target focused. We didn't have any big other AoEs besides what I was throwing out there in Vile. That's where I think if we could swap one of our melee people for some, or get a different build in there that had more PB AoE, I think it would have helped for sure. Anyway, lethality, fast early clears, and then the deeper stuff became more grindy, right? We're putting down bodies, but it just slowed down as we're punching and punching and punching. And then the other thing you saw is that damage was scaling up when the curves there, as the difficulty got higher, got meaner, she was scaling up in response to that. She was engaged, productive, even when the run started to become unstable there. So she always had something she could throw into the mix. The other thing with potency there, damage isn't always turning into kills, so they're not correlating each other. The engagement, it showed that her best output was when she was in danger. When those missions got more and more dangerous, she was just cranking things out, taking more hits, taking more damage. She's just putting out more action as well. Disruption, her control was scaling with the threat. She stayed offensive. She stayed putting the DPS out there. She didn't have to choose. They were the same thing, DPS through control. But it didn't equate to defeats, was the big difference there. But I don't think I've had any of my characters where the controls actually are strongly meaning, yes, you've defeated something. And then your efficiency stat there, very high ceiling, very strong overall trade between output and input. I mean, if you took the average across the missions, there was about 25-1. So she's putting out 25 times more damage than she's taken. And that ceiling, that mission 3 is 63. That was just insane amounts. So anyway, she just keeps producing. It just got a little bit risky for her in those later tiers. And then the big kind of through line here, I guess, is, this kind of goes back to her theme here of her concept. When the wolves were getting tougher, Red Riding Hood was getting meaner. She was just cranking things out. I would take her in a knockdown, drag out fight any day. Just her output is just nutso. All right, final mission. This is mission 5. So this is one of the alphabet tiers. 801A is Lenny recommended, hey, let's start the baseline one. It was getting late. We've been going for 3 hours at this point or whatever. So we go into baseline, sort of a short, easier version of one, which is why I think you're going to see the stats are actually looks like it's mission 4 is actually our hardest mission statistically, experientially, which is kind of surprising me because I'm thinking, oh, the 5th tier is going to be even worse than those tier 4s. We're going to get mopped up here. Not the case. We survived this one too. It just wasn't a huge map. The enemies are the same that we just fought. I think a bunch of EBs, but we only had to take out, like 10 things here. 4 captured agents and 6 raiders to repel. So we didn't need 2 hours to do this. We didn't need an hour to do this. I think this took us 30-some minutes to finish this mission up. Standard warehouse map, right? And we're going to use our strategy we've been doing, pulling stuff and then beating it down as it gets close. So you're not going to see anything crazy new here. We have fewer defeats on this mission than we did in the previous ones.
It'll be fun.
So again, I'm thinking, oh yeah, we're seeing AV or something like that. You see AVs, I think, later, like once you get up to D, maybe 801Ds. I forget. I'd look at Linea's chart there. But look, these guys do have a little bit of super speed going.
Start pumping stuff around the corner.
Okay, using the classic, drop things around the corner. They can't see me. So this map's also helpful. We have good sight lines, longer range to drop things down. I can stay hidden. Now we start crunching the stuff. First group's down. Move to the next corner. And tank pulls. We're gonna just start dropping things right here.
I didn't do it.
So I think this would be a great example if you compare this one side by side with mission 4, how the map is the difference between those two missions. Because same foes, same team, same strategies, but we take like 15 minutes less. We barely get scratched compared to what just happened to us. It was almost anticlimactic in that sense.
Sneaky Pete's coming around the side.
These guys are pushing. Yeah, see, that position just wasn't as good as
They want a piece of vial.
wasn't as good as what we needed, because they had that turnover rack thing here. So your tank is pulling things in here, but then the guys are coming around the long way. They're not taunted or aggroed anymore. I don't know, maybe they got missed. Maybe they've broken free of it because it's been like a minute since the original taunt, right? Your tank's sitting here, line of sight broken, just bringing stuff in. Aura is, somewhere in this area with mud pots, keeping things taunted. So anything breaks around the side is going to come around, do its aggro check, however that AI works, and see that, oh, tank's full. Start pumping these idiots down the hallway, which is where myself and Vile are sitting. So we start taking some lumps back here. But then we just keep dropping the pain. Got your tank is backed out to the outside now. It's probably a good position to be. Because now you can intercept both the guys going around the outside and stay in visual range of the people coming tight on the corner.
Bastard.
It's like a huge hit. All right there. One.
Oh, no, you don't, you bastard.
Okay, got that cleared. Going around the corner. Now, this is a pull. I don't like this angle.
Yeah, stay back here and they hold tight. Well,
So you got no cover here. Side back way up just to kind of watch and see what happens.
it'll be okay. It's not bad.
We've got great position here. Start smacking these guys. Okay, pull on next group, same location. My AoE's going off. Vile's AoEs are going off. It'd be great if you could get a stat on how much extra damage we did because of Disruption Arrow. Because that's the thing. Everybody on the team is benefiting from this as long as they're hitting somebody that's in the patch. And it's up, I think, just about permanently in this whole set of missions. All right, now here's the place that those of you guys who've watched these DEFCON 801s before are familiar with. Here's our famous little box trap, right? We do this a bunch. So you got this crate right here. Great line of sight blocker. Allows you to funnel all the action right through here, right? You can then create yourself a little kill box right in this area. Dropping stuff around the corners. You can imagine you can pop up and shoot people. And so you sit here and you have your tank, right? Goes down here, you know, taunts the group, comes back. Goes here, taunts the group, comes back. Goes over here, taunts, come back. So you're going to see us do this, like, I don't know, the next 15 minutes or something like that. Just sitting here, banging away on these guys. Lather, rinse, repeat over and over again. It's pretty much what you're going to expect to have happen here. So go ahead and fire that up.
Oh, yes.
All right, grabs the group, comes back with it. Stack up the debuffs. Start bringing some pain now. Again, I'm using the geometries my armor set. Stay out of the way. These guys.
Moments ago, I discovered I
So we'll go back and check the how long we do this for. So it's 3:11, right? So let's see how long we stay in this position, just destroying stuff. Still going. Still fetching. Bringing it back, I think. Did we move up yet? Nope. Still bringing stuff back to the spot. Still bringing it back. Now are we done with it? Nope. Still back here. Here they come again. Keep going. Do we finish it? All right. I think that was it. So from 3:11 to like 3:20 something. So we're there for 10, 12 minutes or something like that. Just lather, rinse, repeat. Grab a group, bring back, defeat them. So 10 plus minutes, we're just doing that strategy. Okay, now we're going to pull on this corner wall. I think if your team is patient with the pull strategy, these are completely doable missions. It's when you decide to just barrel in there and try to do a tank and spank, it just doesn't work. Unless your team is just god mode, everybody's relying upon stacked tier 4 barriers. That's what I could see some cheesy team trying to do. No strategy whatsoever, just layered barriers, like some sort of speed run. Okay, just drilling these guys at the corner.
Far
I keep taking just long range shots from people.
That's the stalker talking.
Everybody knows how to hide around the corners.
Come with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like this is where ambush comes. Okay, we're just like,
Incoming.
yeah, right here. You can see I just saw a shot go flying past me.
Incoming. Come with me.
Yeah. Oh man, they like got me before I could get.
Yeah.
I knew it. Getting up back here.
I mean, that's the only thing that ever turns the tide against you once you've got the strategy. Look at this. Bam, bam, bam. I just died. Lost 2, 3 people, maybe.
Damn it.
So here's where things are starting to get real, because if we go down one person still alive, it's game over.
Let me assemble you guys back here. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
We'll go down.
Okay, back to our safe spot.
There's my shit turning back on.
So like a 54 ambush or something.
Alright, he turned back around.
I think that was the only real blip in this entire mission. What's that right there? So again, there's a good example of the difference between mission 4 and 5. Mission 5 being a much smaller, shorter one. Smaller map, shorter mission. Fewer things like ambushes, patrols, that kind of stuff. Whereas mission 4 had multiple ambushes. Possibly some patrols, I forget. There's just a lot of incoming fire.
Nicely done.
All right, so there's where in the past, we would have been team wiped, but we knew what was coming. Again, learned behavior. Ambush comes, you got to immediately respond and reorganize, retreat. So the rest of this mission, I believe, is just this. We're going to pull some guys down the hall. Catch them here in our little kill box. Start blowing them up.
Maybe a few more groups down there.
I think, do we actually go down there? Yeah, we go up. Well, go up a little bit. Start pulling to this location. Similar story again. We're going to go ahead and just pull. Drop pain right here.
Bless you.
Mercy.
These guys don't know what's hitting them.
If we didn't have that ambush, I think it would have been a shutout. So I think this is it right here. We finished that guy. There's one more group. Yeah, this is the last group right here.
Or if any of this TA affects that repel. That was merciless.
Oh,
There it
yeah,
is. Bang. Done. Wait, there's one little group around the corner, but Vile bails out.
freaking out, man.
Vile got scared and took off.
It's like you guys feel lucky. You're like, I'm bailing out. They got.
All right, well, that was the end of... Yeah, so that was it. That was the end of this DEFCON run, this 801 for my TA Defender. And so I want to close out our discussion here. I kind of skip past the pet stuff because it really wasn't super significant for her. I'll just kind of point out a couple things. Is the pet damage. My pets when they were out. And actually, what is interesting here is that even though my pets weren't out that often, you saw lore pets, I don't have them that often, they took like a third of the damage. Now, it doesn't mean they took it instead of me, but their damage they took was about a third. It was like half, what I took, right? Like I took a total of 44,000. They took a total of 22,000, even though I was out the entire fight and they were out just in short bursts. So just, hey, when they were out, there was an intense battle. That was, what I'm seeing here. They did get in there. But it also argues that I was barely taking damage at all. And it was only in those most intense fights that it actually registered for them as well. And then the other stat I want to point out is just how little output they were responsible for. My pet's percent of my damage output was 5%. I mean, it's one of the lower numbers I've seen. 95% of the damage is coming from my defender herself. So very little damage. And that's another thing I have seen in these 801s is the pet contributions are just really pitiful. That's why I think the controllers are not doing as well as they had in the standard 54.8 content. Because in the 54.8 content, defender pets were contributing like 25%, 30% damage. But the controller pets were 45, 50%. Now I'm seeing a complete drop off in pet contribution, like 5% damage. Controllers are maybe getting 15%. And the controllers were really relying upon their pets' damage output to keep pace with the defender's damage output. And they're not getting that anymore. And then the defenders are getting better buff numbers, which is translating typically into a little bit more survivability, a little bit more damage output, that kind of stuff, debuffing. So I think that's why we're seeing the defenders so far have been beating the controllers in these tests. Now, I don't know about this specific test yet. I still have to go through Project Exeter's numbers, but I do know that Red Riding Hood put out some serious freaking damage, offensively speaking. So it'll be really hard. I'd be shocked. I know Project Exeter did a great job too, so don't get me wrong, but I'd be shocked if he's able to put up these kind of offensive numbers. All right, so let's close out this conversation here. The pet stuff, the basic stuff is here that the pets are doing something. They're exposed, they're not just decoration. They're doing some stuff. The pet damage that they're taking is a good barometer or thermometer of what the team is doing, because they were equating to a proxy for the allies. So if they were taking a lot of damage, then the team was taking a lot of damage. And the other thing is they're not a proxy for Hood's damage. Like if they're taking it, she's taking damage. And they're not really doing much. They're supplementing the damage a little bit. They're not carrying the day, that's for sure. And the pets are okay, but the deeper tiers, they're just getting spanked. So her pets, they're just exposed auxiliary units. They're sharing some of the battlefield heat. They're giving some small but real damage bump. Early warning signal for when things are getting ugly. And they're helping when the mission's a stable mission. But when you get the damage, the tier 4 stuff spiking, forget it. They're getting destroyed along with the team. And that leads us to our final question. and that is where we're gonna wrap up this video here, is defenders in general. How does red stack up to them? And I want to save that answer for part 2 of this video, because man, we have gone long on this one, and if I get into this, it's going to be even longer. So let me stop here and pick this up in part 2. How does Red Riding Hood stack up to the other defenders, and dive into those numbers with a little separate video. All right, we'll catch you in that one. Take care. Peace out.